Let's look at this set. Scientists have been trying to study the outbreak of a deadly virus, which transfers from person to person. Each infected person has an infection level, IL, depending on the severity of the infection. Transfer of the virus is unidirectional, moving from an infected person or many infected people to an uninfected person. So somebody who is ill can make somebody who is not ill. Infection level, IL, stabilizes by the end of the day on which the person is infected and doesn't vary thereafter. So a newly infected person can start transferring the virus only the day after she or he gets infected. So if I get virus on, let's say, day N, I can only transfer the virus on day N plus 1. I cannot transfer it prior to day N plus 1. Okay. Every infected person transfers exactly 60% of his or her infection levels. Okay. So if I have 1000 infection, if my infection level is 1000 and I'm infecting somebody, I will infect them to the tune of 600. Okay. The total infection level of a person is equal to the sum of infection levels transferred by different infected people that she has met on the day of getting infected. Okay. So if I have 1000 infection level and Madhul has infection level of 500 and we meet Rishabh. So both of us meet Rishabh. So 1500 ka 60% 900. Infection level for Rishabh at the end of the day that we met him will be 900. 60% of 1000 plus 60% of 500. So infection level of Rishabh will be 900. Okay. The infection levels do not change unless otherwise stated. For example, if X with an infection level of 50 meets an uninfected Y on day 1, Y's infection level will become 30, which is equal to 60% of 50 by the end of day 1. And Y can start infecting other people from day 2 onwards. If uninfected Z meets both X and Y on day 2, one day after Y got infected, Z's infection level will be 48. 60% from X, so and 60% from Y, so 30 plus 18, 40. It is further known that infection was transferred between 8 people who were under study. There are 8 people who are under study and infection has been transferred to them. On day 1, only Harsimran and Chandu had infection level of 100, whereas at the end of day 4, the 8 people had infection levels, which were from one of the 5 distinct infection levels, all of which were natural numbers. Okay. So right now I know on day 1, the 2 people who were infected were Harsimran at an infection level of 100 and Chandu at an infection level of 100. Okay. On day 2 and day 3, Chandu met 4 uninfected people. Chandu is the biggest propagator of this infection, including Mansi. So Chandu has met Mansi. Mansi was the only one to get infected on day 3 with an infection level of 168 after meeting 3 infected people. Okay. So day 2, we don't know who got infected, but on day 3, we have Mansi and her infection level is 168. Now, if her infection level is 168, the people she would have met, their infection levels would be 168 into 10 by 6, cancel, 28 into 10. Their infections level would be 280. Now, out of this 280, can I say one of them was definitely Chandu? Because we were told Chandu met 4 uninfected people, including Mansi. So Chandu, out of that 280, Chandu definitely was the person who had 100. Now, the others we don't know. But another inferencing that we can do, on day 2, everyone who gets infected will have an infection level of 60 or 120. If they only meet one of Harsimran or Chandu, they will have an infection level of 60. If they meet both Harsimran and Chandu, their infection level will be 120. Okay. This is known. Next, the infection level of the infection transferred from Paras to Mansi was less than 50. Now see, Paras to Mansi was less than 50 and was the same as the infection level transferred from Ehsan to Jatin. I can't really comment on anything about it right now. Next statement, Jatin, who was the last and the only person to get infected on day 4, had an infection level of 72. So on day 4, only Jatin got infected and he had an infection level of 72. Okay. Now, what this leads to is, there were 8 people who had to get infected. 2 have been infected on day 1, 1 has been infected on day 3, 1 has been infected on day 4. So the remaining 4, Akshay, Sakshi, Paras, and Ehsan will all get infected on day 2. Now we're told the infection level transferred from Paras to Mansi was less than 50. If it was less than 50. Now see, Paras can either have an infection level of 60 or 120. If he had 120, 60% of 120 is 72. So he would have transferred 72 to Mansi, which is not possible. So Paras cannot have 120 infection level. Paras will have only 60 as infection level. And given that Ehsan transferred the same thing to Jatin, Ehsan also has an infection level of 60. And if Paras has 60, he would have transferred to Mansi 36. Paras is 60. Remember the 3 people that Mansi met, they were supposed to have an infection level of 280. One of them is 100, one of them is 60. So the third person has to necessarily be 120. Okay. Now that person can be Akshay or Sakshi. We'll worry about it later. For Jatin, we know that Ehsan transferred 36. Ehsan transferred 36. But one more person has to transfer something because the infection level of the people that Jatin met has to be 120. So if Ehsan has transferred 60, either one of Akshay or Sakshi is transferring or Paras is transferring. We'll worry about it later. Next, Sakshi got infected on day 2, sensibly quarantined herself and did not transfer the virus to anyone else. Sakshi is the smartest and the most understanding person. She did not transfer the virus to anyone else. This now leads into, see, Mansi is supposed to get 120 infection level from somebody, and that somebody can now only be Akshay. So Akshay had infection level of 120, which means he definitely met Harsimran and Chandu both. And he transferred 72 infection level to Mansi. This also now bleeds into, Jatin is supposed to meet 2 people with infection level of 60. One, Ehsan, is already identified. The other person can only be Paras, because had it been Akshay, the infection levels for Jatin would be higher. Had it been Harsimran or Chandu or Mansi, the infection level for Jatin would be higher. The only way it works is if Paras was the other person that Jatin met. This is done. Okay. Now see, for Sakshi, we don't know the infection level. It could be 60 or it could be 120. It could be 60 or it could be 120. What this gives us is cases whom Harsimran and Chandu met on the 2nd day, 3rd day. So I'm going with, let's Sakshi have an infection level of 120, Paras at 60, and Ishan at 60. I know Chandu is supposed to meet 3 people. Out of those 3 people, Chandu is supposed to meet 4 people. Out of those 4 people, Akshay is identified uniquely, Mansi is identified uniquely. So if Sakshi has infection level of 120, then Harsimran and Chandu have to meet. Now between Paras and Ishan, it can be Harsimran Chandu or Chandu Harsimran. Both these are possible. This is when Sakshi has an infection level of 120. What if Sakshi has an infection level of 60, Paras has an infection level of 60, and Ehsan has an infection level of 60? So far, Chandu has met 2 people for certain, Akshay and Mansi. Out of these 3, 2 people have to meet Chandu. So it has to be Chandu, Chandu, Harsimran, Chandu, Harsimran, Chandu, or Harsimran, Chandu, Chandu. These are the 2 possible sub cases which have more further sub cases. But this should give me a broad idea of who has infected who. Let's get to questions, individual questions in this set. How many people did Harsimran totally infect on day 2 and 3? On day 2, Harsimran has definitely infected Akshay. Now, in this left-hand side setup, Harsimran has infected 1 more person. In this right-hand side setup, Harsimran has infected 2 more people. So either it is 1 plus 1 or it is 1 plus 2. Or overall, Harsimran infected either 2 people or 3 people. Therefore, the correct answer to this has to be option 4. Next, what was Akshay's final infection level? Akshay was at an infection level of 120. Okay. What could be the maximum number of transfers of infection that took place between the people in the group during these 4 days? Okay. Maximum number of transfers we're looking for. For Akshay, I already know 2. For Mansi, I already know 3. For Jatin, I already know 2. Here, 3 transfers are taking place. Here, 4 transfers are taking place. Given that I'm looking for the maximum number, I will consider the case on the right. So 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 4 altogether. 11 is the maximum number of transfers that took place. Next, all 8 people were isolated by the end of day 4. But scientists find higher infection levels after a few days due to degraded immunity to the virus. The worse the immunity, the higher the percentage change in infection levels. Worse the immunity, higher the percentage change in infection levels. It is found that all those who got infected on day 1, 3, and 4, so Harsimran, Chandu, Mansi, and Jatin, have infection levels of 200. Harsimran has gone from 100 to 200, Chandu has gone from 100 to 200. Mansi has gone from 168 to 200, and Jatin has gone from 72 to 200. While those who got infected on day 2 have an infection level of 150. Akshay has gone from 120 to 150. Sakshi has gone from either 60 or 120 to 150. Paras has gone from 60 to 120. 60 or 120 to 150. Sakshi has gone from 60 or 120 to 150. Paras has gone from 60 to 150. Ehsan has gone from 60 to 150. Who has the strongest immunity? Now see, if you had a weak immunity, the percentage change in your infection level would be the highest. The two people that we can be absolutely certain of that they have strong immunity are Akshay, who is going from 120 to 150, and the other person is Mansi, who is going from 168 to 200. Who has a smaller percentage change? Clearly here the percentage change is 25%. 25% is as good as 1/4. 1/4 of 168 is 42. But the increase in absolute terms is only 32 here, which means Mansi has not had a 25% change, which means Mansi has the strongest immunity. Now the final question. Scientists find that the virus mutates with each transfer and also upon interacting with the infection from another source. Okay. Each mutation makes the symptoms twice as severe and consequently twice as long to recover. Which of these represents the correct order of the time taken by persons to recover? Okay. Now see, with every transfer, it becomes bigger, and with every mutation, every combination, it becomes even bigger. Right now, of all the people, can you see Akshay has 2 people definitely that he is interacting with. Mansi has 3 people that she is getting an infection from. Jatin is getting infection from 2 people. Paras and Ehsan are getting it from 1 person only. For Sakshi, we don't really know. Whether she got an infection from 1 person or 2 persons. This is all the information that we need. In order to answer this question, because Sakshi is very helpful to us. Why Sakshi is very helpful to us? Because we don't know Sakshi whether she got infection from 2 people or one person, I cannot place it ahead of Jatin. I cannot place it behind Jatin because Jatin has infection from 2 people and has a level of 72. Sakshi, if she had infection from 2 people and had a level of 120, she would be ahead of Jatin. But then Sakshi would be at the same level as Akshay, which makes this option unacceptable. Option 2, if Sakshi had an infection level of 60, which would make this option unacceptable. If Sakshi had infection level of 60, she would be in the same boat as Paras. So Sakshi being ahead of Paras is not guaranteed. This is also wrong. Ehsan and Paras are definitely in the same boat. Ehsan and Paras, they've got infection from one person. Their levels were 60. They are definitely in the same boat. So you cannot have a greater than sign in between them. And therefore, we are left with this. Now, if you want to properly reach this, you can also do that. 168 was the base level, 120 was the base level, 60 was the base level, and 100 was the base level. Now, this was after transfer from one person, so level doubles. This was after transfer from 2 people, so level has to quadruple, it will become 480. And this was after transfer from 3 people, so it will be double and double and double. So 8 times 168 into 8 is going to be much, much larger. And therefore, the order can also be justified that way. But the fact that Sakshi is unknown to us helps us eliminate option 1 and 2. And the fact that Paras and Ehsan are identical in all respects, in terms of who they got the infection from and how much time they will take to recover, everything is identical for them. We can eliminate option 4. By default, what is left is option 3. And that has to be the answer. That is the entirety of this set. Let's look at this question. 3 new printers from HP, Canon, and Epson with feather touch buttons and brand new ink cartridges have been installed in an office. 3 new printers from HP, Canon, and Epson. The clerk is assigned the job of taking printouts of 3 project reports, A, B, and C, that need to be filed and submitted. The printers being new, the clerk is extra careful and prints each page one by one, as if that will make a difference. But okay. He clicks the print button once to take a 1-page printout. Sometimes, instead of a single click, the clerk does a double click by mistake, thereby producing thereby produces 2 printouts of the same page. Okay, so the number of clicks that a person is engaging in, that is the number of printed pages that come out. Because if you click it once, you get 1 page. If you double click it, you get 2 pages, copy of something that was already printed. Okay. A printer may produce 1 or 2 blank pages along with the printed page for any click. So the printer also has its own whims and fancies. It can also produce some blank pages. Also, for some pages, the ink gets smudged, thereby making the printed page unusable. Okay. The total number of pages used by any printer includes both the blank pages produced along with the printed pages. Now, within these printed pages, hopefully we are able to make 3 groupings. We have the usable, and we have the smudged, and we have the copies. All these 3 are included within printed pages. The usable ones, the page that you need the printout of, one variant is that. The second is smudged, and the third one is copies. All these 3 are available within the printed pages. Okay, and then there is also the number of pages used by any printer includes both blank pages. If I also add blank to the mix, this is pages used, usable, smudged, and copies gives me blank. Okay. This classification is also not great, because usable and unusable is a better classification. Unusable, and within the unusable you would have copies or smudged, and there can be an overlap between these as well. What if a copy is smudged? You could have certain pages which are copies or which accidental double clicks. Page 1 is printed twice, and the second page that is printed ends up becoming smudged. Okay. This is the basic framework that I'm getting. Let us read the further instructions. The number of times the print button was clicked for HP, Canon, and Epson was in the ratio 4:5:6. HP, Canon, and Epson. Clicks is 4x, 5x, and 6x. Okay. Total number of pages used by HP, Canon, Epson were 133, 162, 185. Remember, the pages used contains usable, unusable, and blank. All these three groupings are included within pages used. Is 133, 162, and 185. Okay. The fraction of total printed pages that were smudged by HP, Canon, and Epson were 1/10, 1/6, and 1/9. So smudged here. A single click gives me a single page. A double click gives me a double page. Smudged will only be from the printed pages. Printed pages. So smudged. So one point of contention that you need to perhaps understand is the number of clicks is going to be equal to number of printed pages. Within the printed pages, you have usable and unusable, and there could be copies and smudged within the unusable ones. And these printed pages along with blank tell me total number of pages used. So smudged has to be from the printed pages, and from the print, and the number of printed pages has to be equal to the number of clicks. So smudged, if it is 1/10, it will be 2/5x, 4x/10, or 2/5x. Okay. Then what is it? 1/6. So 5/6x, and Epson 1/9. So 6/9x, or should write it better, 2/3x. Now, given that the number of pages smudged will necessarily be an integer, number of pages smudged will necessarily be an integer, I can at this time infer x has to be a multiple of 30. 2/5, 2x/5 has to be an integer, 5x/6 has to be an integer. So why I'm coming to multiple of 30, x has to be a multiple of 5, x has to be a multiple of 6, x has to be a multiple of 3. As soon as I say 6, 3 is already taken care of. X has to be a multiple of 5 and 6, so x has to be a multiple of 30. Okay. Let's say if x has to be a multiple of 30, we can at this time also infer the number of clicks can only be 120, 150, and 180. See, x has to be a multiple of 30. For x equal to 30, clicks would turn out to be 120, 150, and 180. Clicks would turn out to be 120, 150, and 180. Any number apart from these three would be unacceptable. Even for x equal to 60, the next multiple of 30, 4x would turn out to be 240. If there are 240 clicks, there are 240 printed pages. If there are 240 printed pages, the pages used, which is a superset of printed pages used, which has to be greater than the printed pages, cannot be 133. So we can't even go till 240. We can't even go till 240. So the number of clicks is given here, number of pages used is given here. And now see, clicks and pages used is given. Can you see pages used minus printed pages? The difference is, of course, blank pages. So blank I've got, and blank is going to be 13, 12, and 5. Apart from this, because I already have a unique value of x identified, do I know how many smudged? 2 by 5 of x is 12, 5 by 6 of x is 25, and 2 by 3 of x is 20. I have the count of smudged pages also. Okay. Next thing informed to us was the 3 project reports A, B, C have pages in the ratio 10:12:15 and are printed through HP, Canon, and Epson printers respectively. Okay. So pages needed. HP has A, Canon has B, and Epson has C. Okay. Pages needed is 10Y, 12Y, and 15Y. Okay, wonderful. Next is the difference between the number of double clicks made on Canon and HP was 10, whereas the total number of double clicks made on Canon and Epson were equal. Right, now see, the clicks given to us are 120. Now these clicks could be from single clicks or double clicks. Now in an ideal world where the person did not make an error of double clicks, can I say the number of single clicks he would have had, would be equal to 120 only? Sorry. The number of double single clicks he would have had would be equal to 10y only. The number of times he would have had single clicks, it would be 10y only, because that is the number of pages needed. So if I'm looking for double clicks, what I'm looking for is the number of clicks that have taken place minus the number of pages. So 120 minus 10y will be the count of double clicks. How many times double clicks occurred? So this would be 150 minus 12y. This would be 180 minus 15y. Okay. So now I see these two are supposed to be identical. Equation can be formed. So 33y. 3y is equal to 30, which gives me y is equal to 10. If y is equal to 10, pages needed for project A will be 100. Pages needed for project B will be 120. And pages needed for project C will be 150. And double clicks here would be 20. Here it would be 30. And here it would be 30. Additionally, hopefully you can also see the difference between the number of double clicks from Canon and HP was 10. This condition is also getting satisfied. So at this time, it seems like we have done everything in our power, all the things we needed. We can also get to how many single clicks were there, how many double clicks were there. We can work our way forward. Let's see. Okay. How many pages are there in project B? Pages needed in project B are 120. So 120. Okay. What was the total number of blank pages that were part of the printouts from the 3 printers? Blank pages were 13 and 12 and 5. So 30 of them. Okay. Next, if all the smudged pages from the 3 printers were extra pages from the double clicks, then how many extra pages remain to be discarded after filing projects A and B? Now, see, in project A and B, we have got additional 50 sheets. We have got additional 50 sheets on account of double clicks. 50 extra sheets. And we've been told out of these 50 extra sheets, all the smudged ones are also accounted for here. 37 smudged. So we're left with 13 sheets additionally. These have to be discarded. These are useless. These are repeat prints of what is already available. So this also goes away. As in this has to go away. So then how many extra pages remain to be discarded? 13 extra pages remain to be discarded. Okay. Next is, what can be the maximum number of pages that are required to be printed again to complete the filing of the 3 projects after the clerk completes the above exercise? Maximum number of pages that need to be printed again. See, pages that need to be printed again. If an extra copy has been made, do you need to print it again? No. You will discard the extra copy, but you don't need to print it again. The only pages you need to print again are the ones that are smudged. And in that case also, you would need to print it again if it was a single click and it was smudged. If it was a double click and one of the copies was smudged, then you don't need to print it again. You will only need to print it again if it was a single click or single print command was given and it was smudged. See, if double clicks are 20, 30, and 30, can we also get to single clicks? If there were 20 instances of double clicks and total clicks are 120, 80 single clicks and 150 में से 60 गया तो 90 single clicks, and for this 180 में से 60 गया तो 120 single clicks. For project A we had 80 single clicks, for project B we had 90 single clicks, for project C we had 120 single clicks. So can I have all my smudged pages when there were single clicks? Thankfully, yes, the single click counts are so high that all the smudged can possibly come from them. So how many pages, maximum number of pages that will require to be printed again will come from this 12 and this 25 and this 20. So 12 plus 25 plus 20 adds up to 57. It gives me most confidence that my answer is correct from the fact that the option also has 57 as the highest number. Next, which of the following statements are correct? The Canon printer produces the least number of blank pages among the 3. Blank pages, least number comes from Epson. So this is not correct. The number of smudged pages is maximum for Canon printer. 1 minute. 25, 20, and 12. So 25, this is correct. The print button was double clicked 20 times for the HP printer. Yes, this is also correct. So the answer to the question has to be both 2 and 3 or option 4. And that is the entirety of this set. Answer the question on the basis of the information given below. A group of 1,200 people went on a special visit to the ice cream industry. Every person tasted at least one of the 5 types of ice cream available, namely mango, vanilla, chocolate, berry, and rum. 5 type of chocolate, 5 type of flavors. There were 5 types of flavors available. Okay. The number of people who tasted these ice creams were 425, 475, 600, 480, 420. The wonderful thing about this is I have 480 and 420 adding up to 900, 425 and 475 adding up to 900. So 900, 900, 600, 2400. I've got summation. Okay. The number of people who tasted all 5 types of ice cream was 25. And the number of people who tasted at least 3 types of ice cream was 400. By this time, I've realized this is a Venn diagram based question. My bigger challenge right now is I don't know how to create a 5 set Venn diagram. But if a 5-set Venn diagram question ever comes in front of you, there will be two possibilities. Either one of the conditions, everyone who tasted vanilla will definitely taste mango, like the one we had in the previous class, where one set was contained within the other set, or you don't really have to draw a diagram. However, what we can do is, can I say, let A be the people who tasted exactly one ice cream, B be the people who tasted exactly two ice creams, C be the people who tasted exactly three ice creams, D be the people who tasted exactly four ice cream, and E be the people who tasted all five. Now, the wonderful thing is, I've been told the number of people who tasted all 5 types of ice cream was 25. So this number is 25. And the number of people who tasted at least 3 types of ice cream was 400. So I've been told these 3 add up to 400, which is another way of saying these 2 add up to 375, which also translates into these 2 add up to 800. So I have 800, 375, and 25. These groups are already. Apart from this, given that these many cups of ice creams, the number of people who tasted these ice creams is also given. This also implies A plus 2B plus 3C plus 4D plus 5E is equal to however many cups were used up, 2400. Given that I already know the value of E, the presence of E is redundant. I can actually remove it. So this will turn to 125. When I take it over to the other side, this will turn to 2275. 2275. This is my starting point. And I haven't even got into the further facts are known, these points. And this style of representation, hopefully we are aware. Okay. The number of people who tasted exactly one ice cream was 50, 100, 200, 150 for mango, vanilla, chocolate, berry, rum in that order. So 50 plus 100 is 150, 150 plus 150 plus 200. So I've now been told this is 500. These are people who tasted exactly one ice cream, 500. And I know these two added up to 800. So this will necessarily be 300. And what this does is, this helps me simplify this equation even further. Because now I have 500 here and 2 into 300, 1100. So I have 3C plus 4D is equal to 1175. I have replaced values of A and B into this expression. We are moving on. Wonderful. Hopefully, you're also keeping track. I'm not really too fussed about mango, vanilla, chocolate, berry, rum right now. Because this is a 5-setter Venn diagram question and I'm not drawing a diagram per se, if the question demands me to take care of what combinations are at play, then I will worry about it. As of now, I'm not really worried about it. Let's go next one. The number of people who tasted exactly 3 types of ice cream was equally distributed among all the possible combinations of 3 types of ice creams, except for those who tasted the 3 flavors, chocolate, berry, and rum, which is 55 in number. Which is to say, the C is comprised of, okay, right now I'd have to do one more thing. There are 5 sets. If you're part of exactly one, there will be 5 such regions. 5 regions that are part of exactly one set. 5C2 or 10 regions. This is for A. This is for B. Those who are tasting exactly 3 ice creams, 5C3, would again be 10 regions. Now, what we've been told in the second point is, out of these 10 regions, apart from one, everything is identical. Apart from one, everything is identical. And the one non-identical part is 55. So can I go on to say, C, I am understanding it as 9x plus 55. I am understanding C as 9x plus 55. Okay. So what I can do now is, I can replace 9x plus 55 here. I will get 27x plus 165 plus 4D is equal to 1175. So I'll get 27x plus 4D is equal to 1010. The wonderful thing additionally is 9x plus 55 plus D should also add up to 375. So 55 will take away straight away. So I'll have 320 and 9x plus D की बात हो रही है. Let me multiply the bottom equation by 3. So this will turn to 27. This will turn to 3D. This will turn to 960. Or D will turn out to be 50. This is 50 now. If this is 50, this is 325. If this is 325, X will be equal to 50 हटाए 25 25 नहीं 25 25 नहीं 25 25 275 270. So X will be equal to 30. The precise number that is being talked of, the number of people who tasted exactly 3 types of ice cream was equally distributed. That equally distributed number is 30. So far we have read through point 2. Next, the number of people who tasted exactly 2 types of ice cream were all equal. For 2 types of ice cream, can you see there were 10 regions and they were all equal. So can I say this is as good as 10y and y is equal to 30 each. So people who tasted exactly 2 types of ice cream for every grouping was 30, and people who tasted exactly 3 types of ice cream for 9 groupings, it was 30. Wonderful. Next, the number of people who tasted both rum and berry in addition to 2 other types of ice creams is 0. Okay. So there are 5 ice creams: rum, berry, chocolate vanilla, rum, berry, chocolate mango, rum, berry, vanilla mango. Now see 5C4, there are going to be 5 regions only. And of those 5 regions, we've been told these 3 are definitely 0. So the only regions left are rum and berry can't come together. So rum, chocolate, vanilla, mango, berry, chocolate, vanilla, mango, and these 2 I know add up to 50. And this is the entirety of the interpretation that can be done so far from the points that are given to us. Let us get to individual questions. If each person tastes 1 scoop of ice cream of all flavors they tasted, then how many scoops of ice cream was distributed among 1200 people? 2400. How many people tasted exactly 4 types of ice cream? We've done that. This is 50. What can be said about the number of people who tasted exactly 4 types of ice cream? Rum and berry. I see here. So it has to be exactly 0. This is simply an extension of point number 4. This is simply an extension of point number 4. Next, the number of people who tasted exactly 3 types of ice cream, mango, vanilla, and rum, is equal. See, chocolate, berry, and rum was supposed to be 55 and everything else was supposed to be identical. Mango, vanilla, and rum will therefore be X, which is equal to 30. And now, what is the number of people who tasted neither mango nor vanilla? Now this translates to neither mango nor vanilla. So apart from these, the flavors available were rum, berry, and what was the other thing? Chocolate. Rum, berry, and chocolate. So if we are looking for people who tasted neither mango nor vanilla, their grouping will be created somehow out of these three only. So for each of these, neither tasted mango or vanilla. So for exactly one, I have rum के लिए क्या था 50, berry was second last, so 100, chocolate was third, so 200. Next is exactly 2. Remember this wonderful grouping: chocolate, berry, and rum. Chocolate, berry, and rum. So no, exactly 2 कर रहा ना, अभी पागल है. How many groupings of exactly 2 can I make out of these 3? 3C2, and each grouping is worth 30. So 3C2 into 30, or a total of 90 here. And finally, what do I get? Exactly 3. For these 3, we were already told 55 people tasted these 3 in combination. Okay. So 55. So we get 350 from here. 350 plus 90 is 440. 440 plus 55 is 495. The number of people who tasted neither mango nor vanilla is 495. And this is the entirety of this set. You did not need to create a Venn diagram or record all possible regions, but having a brief idea of how many regions are there and how many different regions are there for exactly 2, exactly 3. If you have that idea, representation wise for Venn diagram, this set can be completely done. Okay. Let's look at this set. In a hockey tournament, 8 teams participated: Argentina, Australia, India, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Spain, and South Africa. Each pair of teams competed in exactly 1 match against each other. In this tournament, teams earned 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and no points for a loss. At this time, when you're reading, at this time, what I would expect you to have already inferred is, given that there are 8 teams and everyone is playing against each other exactly once, 8C2, there will be 28 matches. And out of these 28 matches, in every match, 2 points are distributed. So sum of all the 8 teams combined has to be 56 points. For each of the 28 matches, 2 points are distributed. Either it is a decisive result, so 2 points go to the winner and 0 points go to the loser, or it is a draw, 1 point goes to either participant, and therefore the total number of points that will be distributed in the tournament will be 56. We also have some additional pieces of information. Both Korea and Spain won at least 1 match and ended the tournament with less than 7 points each. Okay. Both Indian and Australian teams defeated the Japanese team. Okay. We cannot really use them right now because we haven't got into the table. At the end of the tournament, the points table is as given below. Some of the entries are not shown. And then we have something like this. Right now, there are some rows in which data can be filled up very quickly. But based off on what we know, do I know the points has to add up to 56? So for these 3 spots, let's call them X, Y, and Z. X plus Y plus Z has to be 20 because 6 plus 3, 9, 9 plus 9, 18, 18 plus 18, 36. 36 points are already recorded. We need a total of 56 points. So we definitely need 20 more points here. Additionally, out of these, can I say X has to be odd? X has to necessarily be odd because X has 1 draw. If you have only 1 draw, you would have gotten 1 point in that match. Now, whatever rest happens in your wins and losses, you will either get 2 points for a win, 0 points for a loss, and 1 draw. So points total for Australia will necessarily be odd. And if this is necessarily odd, can I infer simultaneously one of these will be odd and the other one will be even? X is definitely odd, and between Y and Z, one of them will be odd, one of them will be even. This much we can infer straight away. Now, see, we can go through this entire rows and fill up how many wins and how many draws. Argentina has 6 matches left. 1 match is a loss, 6 matches left. If it had won all 6 matches, it would have 12 points. Now, every win assigned to a team that gets converted to a draw, leads to a reduction of 1 point. So for all the 6 matches being wins, Argentina would have gotten 12 points, but it has 9 points. So we need 3 reduction. So there will be 3 draws. By the extension, there will be 3 wins. We can't do this processing for Australia because we don't know the total number of points. Let's look at India. 1 loss. So 6 matches are left. In all 6 matches, if it had won, it would have gotten 12 points, but we need 2 lesser. So it would have 2 draws and 4 wins. For Japan, we can't do that processing because we neither know the number of wins, number of losses, number of draws. All 3 are unknown. So we'll worry about it later. Let's look at Korea. We don't know the points total for Korea, so we can't do that processing. Let's look at Malaysia. It has 3 matches left for which we don't know the outcome, whether it was a win or a draw. For Malaysia, if it was all 3 wins, it would have gotten 6 points, but it ends up at 3 points, which translates to all 3 matches that we are initially taking as wins have to convert into a draw. So it has 3 draws, 0 wins. Just like Korea, we can't do anything for Spain. We'll leave it be. We'll come to South Africa. 3 matches are done. 4 are left. All 4 matches had they been wins, we would have gotten 8 points, but we have 6. So 2 matches have to be draw, 2 matches have to be wins, and this much we know. At this time, we can fill up this much of the table. Now, there were 2 additional points given. The first is both Korea and Spain won at least 1 match and ended the tournament with less than 7 points. So 1 win, and see, Korea has played 3 matches. 1 win, 3 draws gives us 5 points. This is possible. 2 wins, 2 draws gives us 6 points. This is possible. 3 wins, 1 draw gives us 7 points. We were told that Korea and Spain had less than 7 points. So this is not possible. So these are the only 2 possibilities. For Korea and Spain. Additionally, remember the points total for Korea and Spain, one of them had to be odd, one of them had to be even, which means either Spain had 2 wins and thereby having 2 draws, or it had 1 win and 3 draws. Correspondingly, see, the points that Spain ends up getting has to be 2 and 2, either 6 here or 5 here. Correspondingly, the points obtained by Korea has to be 6 or 5 because their summation has to be odd. For 5, it would be 1 or 2, 3 or 2. Now, the wonderful thing is, regardless of what the outcome was for Korea or Spain, we know together they have scored 11 points. If these two are 11, Australia definitely scored 9 points. If it scored 9 points, 1 point from draw, so 4 from wins. And therefore, how many losses did it have? 2 losses. That is also uniquely identified. Now, we have used the first point only so far. One of these is Spain, one of these is Korea. Korea or Spain. Both the Indian and Australian teams defeated the Japanese team. Okay. What this tells me is, for Japan, the losses have to be 2 plus. For Japan, losses have to be 2 plus. So I'm saying, for Japan, when there were 2 losses precisely, it has 8 points. So it can have 4 wins. It can have the case of 4 wins and 1, not 4 wins, 3 wins and 2 draws. This is what Japan can have. One of these cases is possible. But then losses were supposed to be 2 plus, not just 2 plus. So it can have 3 losses also. If it has 3 losses for 8 points, it would need 4 wins and 0 draws. What if it has 4 losses? Then there is no way Japan is reaching 8 points. So there are 2 possibilities for Japan. Remember, Korea and Spain are, the way I've recorded it, if it is 1 for Korea, for Spain it is 2. If it is 2 for Korea, it is 1 for Spain in the wins column. Correspondingly, this is done. But these 2 are independent, cases wise. So what I'll do is, I'll write it this way. 3, 4, and 2, and 2, 3, and 0. These are the two possibilities for Japan. I've written it in distinctly contrasting styles so that if either of the cases get asked in a question, I'm able to identify what is being told. That is all that you needed to do in order to fill up this table. Let's get to individual questions. First one, what was the total number of points earned by Australia in the tournament? Australia has earned 9 points. What was the total number of matches that ended in a draw in the tournament? Okay. Given the fact that Japan's total number of draws is always circumspect, Japan's total number of draws is always circumspect, I know I cannot reach a unique answer. The only option that gives me possibility of two different cases is the fourth one. That has to be the answer. Okay. If Japan did not have any draws, so we're talking of the 4-3-0 case. We're talking of the 4-3-0 case. How many wins were registered in the tournament? Let me add up the wins. 3, 4, 4, 4. So 15. 15 plus 5, 20. So answer has to be 3, 20. Okay, next. If South Africa was defeated by the teams that won the highest number of matches, which of the following teams cannot be the one that defeated South Africa? See, South Africa has lost 3 matches. South Africa has lost 3 matches. Okay. So South Africa has lost 3 matches. And South Africa was defeated by the teams that won the highest number of matches. We need 3 teams with highest number of matches. So I have Australia, India, and Japan who can win 4-4-4. But Argentina is definitely not in the list. And therefore, the correct answer is option 4, Argentina. Last one, which of the following statements can be true for the tournament? No match was won by Malaysia. This is definitely true. Spain and Korea have an equal number of points. This is definitely false. I know Spain and Korea have to be odd and even. They cannot ever have equal number of points. Last, Australia and Japan have lost an equal number of matches. Now see, for Japan, we don't know the precise number of losses. But the question was asking, can be true. Can Australia and Japan have equal number of losses? Yes, in one case, it is possible. So this will also be counted. And therefore, the answer is 1. Now, in this table filling up, there could be errors at the time of you solving this. So some internal checks that are useful to take care of. Of course, we have to do this 8C2, total number of matches, points, total points, all of that. Apart from that, what you should be looking for is the win column total and the losses column total should add up to identical results. So look at it, 3 plus 4 plus 4 gives me 11. 11 plus 5. 11 plus 5, 16. So I will have, I'm saying 16 plus Japan's total, Japan's wins. And here, what do I have? 1 plus 2 plus 1, 4. 4 plus 13. So 17 plus Japan's losses. So this should tell you a wonderful thing, that the number of wins for Japan will be 1 more than number of losses for Japan. Because these two numbers should definitely be identical. These two numbers should be equal, because the number of wins that are happening in a tournament are concurrent events that happen with a loss. So one team is winning, one team is of course losing. Apart from that, whenever a draw takes place, it gets recorded in 2 teams simultaneously, which means the summation of the draws column should always be an even number. Let's see, 3 plus 1 plus 2, 6. 6 plus 10, I have 16 plus Japan's draws. The total for draws columns is 16 plus Japan's draws. For Japan, I've kept it separate because we don't know what precise case is happening there. But total for draws column, if it is 16 plus Japan's draws, this should also tell you either Japan will have even number of draws. It can either have 2 draws or 0 draws or 4 draws or 6 draws or whatever number of draws, but the number of draws that Japan has to be an even number of draws. Now these small little checks, coupled with the fact that this had to be odd, coupled with the fact that these two thereby had to be adding up to an odd number, which is only available if one of them is odd, one of them is even, then total number of points of all the teams involved, total number of matches. These are small little checks if you engage in. The likelihood of you messing up or something or I here is wrong. It is much better if you catch this error and then leave this question alone rather than make the error, because this is so standard in terms of question that people, those who make an error, they will have confidence and they wouldn't really check their work, which is not a good habit. That will be all. Let's look at the first set. Gopi, Hira, and Ramu are 3 ice cream vendors who buy stick ice creams of 4 brands: Amul, Mother Dairy, Cream Bell, and Vadilal. They sell these ice creams in 5 flavors: Choco Bar, Mango Duet, Raspberry Duet, Orange, and Pineapple. The table given below, shows the stick ice cream flavors sold by the vendors in packets. Okay. Stick ice cream flavors sold by the vendors in packets. First, let me change the color to black. So Choco Bar has Amul, Mother Dairy, Cream Bell, Vadilal. Mango Duet has Amul, Mother Dairy, Cream Bell, so on and so forth. The constituents are given. The cost of stick ice cream of Amul, Mother Dairy, and Cream Bell and Vadilal, these 4, is 6543. Okay. So essentially, we now know cost price of each of these flavors. This would be 6 plus 5 plus 4 plus 3, adds up to 18. 6 plus 5 plus, अच्छा क्या निकल रहा है? वाडीलाल निकल रहा है. वाडीलाल was 3, so this is 15. Amul निकल रहा है, that was 6, so this is 12. Amul and Mother Dairy पहले 2 तो 11. Amul and Cream Bell आखिरी 2 तो 10. Cost price of all the different flavors is known. Each packet of flavor is sold for a profit equal to 300% of the number of brands used to make that packet. So for Choco Bar, we have 4 brands making that packet. So 300% of 4 is 12. So profit is 12. SP would be 30 here. Here profit would be 9. So SP would be 24. Here profit is 9. So SP would be 21. Here profit is 6. So SP would be 17. And here profit is 6. So SP would be 60. Okay. If you add up all of the SP, 30, 24, 21, 75 हो गया, 75 plus 33, so 108. ये भी आ गया. For example, an orange flavored packet is made with 2 brands, Amul and Mother Dairy, and will be sold at a profit of ₹6 per packet. ठीक है, लाइट लो, बिल्कुल वही बात हमने कर भी दी already. The table given below shows the sales revenue in rupees for each vendor for 4 consecutive hours of the day. 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. is termed the last hour. Okay. During the last hour, total revenue generated by each vendor is ₹5 less than what he would have generated by selling the same number of packets in any other hour. Essentially, what that means is in the last hour, they had to pay some sort of rangdari tax, some sort of hafta, because of which ₹5 they lost. So, had it been a normal working hour, they would have earned 62, they would have earned 54, and they would have earned 57. This is told to us. No vendor had any packet of any flavor left unsold after the last hour. So whatever stock they had, whatever inventory they had at the beginning of opening their shop, at the end of 4 p.m., their entire stock was used up. Okay. Now, when you look at this table based on our basic ideas, the interesting numbers are 175 and 162 and 49. And the last 3 numbers, all the numbers in the last are, they're interesting because they're either humongous, very, very large, or they're very, very small. With whatever additional information you get, these are the numbers that you should be focusing on the first. Okay. The number of packets of any flavor sold in any hour by any vendor did not exceed 2. Okay. Now, of course, when you're trying to capture this information, we will have to make individual tables for Gopi, Hira, and Ramu, individual tables for Gopi, Hira, and Ramu, and capture information there. But prior to that, let's just look at the interpretation of this first statement. If the number of packets of any flavor sold in any hour by any vendor did not exceed 2, can I say max revenue within an hour for any vendor will be 216. Max revenue for any vendor within an hour will be 216. So when you look at this 175, you are losing something to turn to 175. How much are we losing? 16 and 25. You're losing 41 to turn 175. How can you lose 41? Can you find two numbers here that add up to 41? Yes, we see if you lose a mango duet, and you lose an orange, the summation will turn out to be 175. So we know in the 1 to 2 p.m. slot for Gopi, there were one mango duet less and one orange less. From the extreme case of 2 to 2 2, one mango duet less and one orange less. This is one, this is one, this is two, this is two, and this is two. In order to be slightly certain of our working, what we'll also do is we knew the cost prices here 30, 24, 21, 17, and 16. 30, 24, 21, 17, and 16. And 30, 24, 21, 17, and 16. We are looking at 175. Just let's work it out. This is 60. This is 24. This is 42. This is 17. And this is 32. Let's add up all these numbers. 60 plus 24 is 84. 84 plus 32 will be 126. 126 plus 42. 126 plus 42. I think it is going overboard now. I needed 41 lesser. So 60 plus 24, 84. 84 plus 17, 101. 101 plus 74, 175. So yes, this is entirely done. And this 175 is entirely accounted for. If you remember, interesting numbers for us were the large ones, 175 and 162. 162, if I want, I have to move from 216 to 162 by removing some parts to reach 162. So how much am I removing? I am removing 54. So from these five numbers, I have to remove some to reach 54. One case I see straight away is 30 and 24. One case I see straight away is 30 and 24. Unfortunately, there is also one more case, which is 21, 17, and 16. I could be reducing either raspberry, orange, or pine, one each, or I could be reducing one choco and one mango. In both these cases, 54 reduction is happening, which means I cannot get to a precise number for 162. If I cannot get to a precise number for even 162, I cannot get to a precise number for the other numbers that are present in the table. Abhi light lena padega. I would have to stop my work. But remember, we are thinking more in terms of reduction because that gives us a better path to finding out cases. So far, we have used this piece of information. We know it will never exceed 2. So max revenue in NER, is 216 always. Next is all vendors sold at least one packet of orange flavor during all the hours. So orange flavor everywhere will be greater than equal to 1, greater than equal to 1, and greater than equal to 1. This is known. Cool. No vendor sold any packet of choco bar flavor in the last hour. No choco bar flavor in the last hour. Okay. This is also done. Each vendor sold one packet each of 3 different flavors during the last hour. Okay. Now see, during the last hour, the numbers available to us. Let me also write down the SPs here. 24, 21, 17, and 16. This 30 is not present during the last hour. From these 4, I have to select 3. From these 4, I have to select 3 and see the totals here. Hopefully, you can see I have recorded them in yellow because they are 5 more than what they were supposed to be. If you want to reach an even result, and these 4 numbers you have in the running, You cannot take exactly one odd number. You will have to take two odd numbers. So 21 and 17 are definitely there. 38 plus 24 gives me this, which means I will have one mango, one raspberry, one orange, and 0 pine, 24, 21, and 17. Again, next time, I need 8 lesser. I need 8 lesser. That would happen if I take out the 24 and include the 16. So 0, 1, 1, 1, 21, 17, and 16. I know this. I know this. Let me also look at this last one. I now need 3 more. 3 more. How can that be accomplished if I take out 21 and include 24? So 1, 1, and 1, 24, 17, and 16. And this is 0. So these numbers are uniquely identified. Everything is uniquely identified here. Wonderfully well done. Okay. Next case. Each vendor sold more than 3 flavors of packets from 12 to 1 p.m. Okay. If it has to be more than 3 flavors of packets, it can either be 4 flavors or 5 flavors. For 12 to 1 range, it has to be greater than equal to 4 cells that have to be filled up everywhere. Next is each vendor sold more than this we have done. Gopi, Hira, and Ramu sold 2, 1, and 0 packets of Choco Bar flavor respectively from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. 2, 1, 0. See, it also aligns with what we had already identified. 2 Choco Bars here. 2, 1, and 0. As soon as we reach this, now look at how things change for Hira in the 1 to 2 slot. Max revenue was 216, of which Hira in the 1 to 2 slot earned 137. From that 137, 30 rupees is already allocated. So 107 is left. 107 more he has to earn. How he will earn that 107? From the remaining 156 maximum possible revenue that he can get. See, Choco Bars is only 1. So from max revenue, I have to remove 2 units of Choco Bar. I have to remove 2 units of Choco Bar. Another way you can reach that is summation of these numbers. Summation of these numbers into 2 is the max revenue that he can generate. From max revenue of 156, he has to reach 107 by removal of certain items. From 156, he has to remove some number in order to reach 107. How much does he have to remove? He has to remove 49. If he has to remove 49, the only way 49 can be made here is if he removed 2 of orange and 2 of pineapple and 1 of orange. So 2 of pineapple gone, 1 of orange gone, 2 of raspberry remains, and 2 of mango remains. Let's look at the total we achieve here. 30, 48, 42, and 17. 30 plus 17 is 47. 48 plus 42 is 90. So 137 total. Yes, this is achieved. Now let's engage in the same processing for 116. Given that there is 0 here, can you see from 156 you're moving to 116, you have to remove 40. If you have to remove 40, the only way you can remove 40 is by removing a 24 and removing a 16. So this is 1, this is 1, this is 2, this is 2. We get 24 here, we get 42 here, we get 34 here, we get 16 here. So 50 plus 66 adds up to 116. This number is also uniquely identified. Let me get rid of this. Out of these 12 numbers, 6 are already identified. Okay. This was Gopi, Hira, and Ramu sold 210 packets of Choco Bar flavor respectively from 1 to 2 p.m. and sold 1, 2, and 2 packets of raspberry duet flavor respectively from 2 to 3 p.m. Raspberry. So 1, 2, and 2. Okay, 1 minute. Let me get rid of these ideas. Now see, revenue generated here already is 21. So for Gopi, how much more revenue is needed? 111 revenue is needed. What is the maximum revenue that Gopi can earn from the remaining positions? 216 minus 42, so 16 gone and 26 gone. From 174, from 174, 42, 26 plus 16. Yes. From 174, it has to reach 111. What does it have to remove? Let's figure it out. How much will it be? 174 minus 111. 63 it has to remove. It has to remove 63. I have to find a combo that helps me remove 63, and that combo cannot have 21 anymore. If it is 63, this odd number is definitely getting reduced. See, I have to reduce 63. This 17 definitely has to be removed because this 21 is no longer available. This 21 is no longer available. Raspberry allocation is already done. I have to remove 117 from here. If I remove 117 from here, how much am I left with? I'm left with 46. So 130 and 116 has to be removed. So 130 removed, 116 removed, one orange removed, and both mangoes stay. So I get 30 here, I get 48 here, I get 17 here, and I get 16 here. For peace of mind, we will also add it up. 30 plus 48 is 78. 78 plus 21 is 99. 99 plus 33 is this. So yes, this 132 is uniquely determined. Let's move over to the next side. When I move over to the next side, can you see the work that is happening is not too different? From 174, 42 is gone from 132. So from 174, I have to reach 90. From 174, I have to reach 90. So I have to remove 84. If I have to remove 84, the only way it can be done is 230s and 124. So 0, 1, 2, and 2. Let's add it up and see if it makes sense. I have 24 and 42 and 34 and 32. 24, 42 is 66. 34, 32 is 66. Yes, this 132 is also uniquely identified. For this 162, 42 is gone. So 120 from 174, I have to go to 120. I have to reduce 54. The reduction of 54 is I have to do with removal of 30 or 24 or 17 or 16. The only way it can be done is 130 gone, 124 gone. So 1, 1, 2, 2. I get 30 from here. I get 24 from here. I get 42 from here. I get 34 from here. I get 32 from here. So 66 plus 66 plus 30. Yes. In fact, you can also look at it this way. From 2 to 3, can you see the total has risen by 30? So the only change you need to do is introduce a choco bar. The total will remain as you want it. This is also done. Wonderfully well done. Okay. Now we have done it for all numbers except 12 to 1 p.m. Except for 12 to 1 p.m. We haven't done. Let us try and work that magic now. Or let me remove this also. I need to reach 102. I need to reach 102. At least 4 of them have to be included. At least 4 of them have to be included. So from 206, I'm going to 102. I have to remove 114. I have to remove 114. If I were to remove one unit of each, if I were to remove one unit of each, I would only be able to remove how much? 108. This adds up to 108. But I have to remove one more than that. I have to remove 6 more than that. The only way I can do it is if I introduce a 24 and remove a 30. So the best case here is 0, 2, 1, 1, 1. Let's add it up. This will turn to 48. This will turn to 21. This will turn to 17. And this will turn to 16. Let's see if it works out. 48 plus 16 is 64. Plus 38 is 102. So yes, 102 is working out. Now I want to go to 125. 23 more I need. Let's see. If I need 23 more, or no, why do I care for this? From 216, I need to go 91 less to reach 125. 91 less I need. One of them has to be entirely gone. So if I take out two 30s, I'll be left with 31. Can I make a 31? No, two 30s are not going. If I take out two 24s, 48 is gone, 43 is left. Can I make a 43? Not really. If I take out two 21s, 42 is gone. Can I make a 49? Not really. If orange, I cannot take out two anyway. If I take out two 16s, 32 is gone. 59. Oops, this is turning difficult. Let's see. For 125. Ooh, can you also see this wonderful thing? This is 102, this is 114. This is 102, this is 114. Whatever count you had here, let me take the complement count here. 2, 0, 1, 1, 1. Will I reach 114? Very much so. This will add up to 60. See, 48 has turned to 60 effectively, and everything else remains same. So 21, 17, and 16. This number I can identify. Hira 125 is a extra work that we have to do. So from 216, I'm going to 125. So 16 plus 75, 91 has to be reduced. 91 has to be reduced. 90 minus 2 into 30 gives me, 91 minus 2 into 30 gives me 31. Can I break it up into 2 parts or 3 parts? Not really. So 30 is not going 2 times. 91 minus 2 into 24, 48 gone, gives me 43. Can I make 43 from the numbers present here? Not really. 91 minus 2 into 21 gives me 49. Can I make 49 from two numbers here? 25, 21, not really. 17 cannot be removed. So 91 minus 32. 91 minus 32 gives me 59. Okay. Can I make 59 from some parts here? If I need 59, I need one odd number. 38, can I make? No. 17, can I make 42 somehow? How do I make it? This is tricky. The number is not turning out very smoothly. Everything else was smooth. This is not smooth. Let's see. There has to be some beautiful insight here. I have 216 total. I have to remove 91 to make 125. I have to remove one of these three things. One of these four. Oh, why do I have to remove everything? From 10, I can straight away do this. From 108, let me remove one orange. From 108, let me remove one orange. I can reach 91. What nonsense. This is 1. Or to 108, let me add one orange. That would work. So 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, which is the problem I was trying to remove in every case. This is 30. This is 24. This is 21. This is 34. And this is 16. 34 plus 16 is 50. 24 plus 25 is 95. 95 plus 30 is 125. We are able to uniquely identify numbers, sales everywhere. Okay. Now I'm also going to record the count of raspberries and pine and everything and the revenue generated. Choco revenue generated 93. Here it is 212. So 6 into 24, 144. Here it is 5 and 105. Here it is 4 and 68. Here it is 4 and 64. You've got it wonderfully. 2 and 60, 4 and 96, 6 and 21 into 6. So 126 and 6 and 102 and 4 and 64, 3 and 90. Oh, do I really need to do this? These totals are not useful. No, I have these per units. Let me just write number of units, but now I have written too much to go back. Let me write it. 5 and 105 and orange is 17. So 6 and 102 and 5 and 80. All the possible totals, data points that we can get, we have recorded. Let us see. First question. What was the number of Amul stick ice cream sold from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m.? Okay. If we need Amul stick ice creams, we need choco, mango, orange, pineapple count. We need choco, mango, orange, pineapple count. So 5 minus 1, 4. 6 minus 1, so 5. And 5 minus 1, so 4. The answer to the first question should be 13. Basically, I'm simply counting total number of flavors sold minus raspberry. So 5 plus 6 plus 5 adds up to 14, adds up to 16. In every slot, one raspberry was used to remove that. So you get your 13. Answer to the first question is done. Which of the following statements are correct for the last star? Okay. Gopi sold 2 ice creams of Mother Dairy. Let's see. Mother Dairy is present in first 4. First 4. So Gopi sold 3 units of Mother Dairy. So this is wrong. If this is wrong, this option is gone and this option is gone. Second one, Hira sold 3 ice creams of Cream Bell. Cream Bell is present in 1, 2, 3 and 4. So पहले 4 orange को छोड़ के Hira sold 3 ice creams of Cream Bell. No, he sold only raspberry and pine के अंदर Cream Bells only he sold 2. So this is also wrong. If this is also wrong, option D is also wrong. By default, option B, 3 only has to be true. Let's see that. Ramu sold 3 ice creams of Amul. Amul, if we remember, was 1, 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. 3 of Amul he has indeed sold. So answer should be B. Next is, which flavor sold the most number of packets from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.? Okay. 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. which flavor sold the most number of packets? So for chocolate, it is 2 plus 1 plus 0, 3. Chocolate is doing 3. Then mango is doing 1 plus 2 plus 1, 4. Raspberry is doing 2 plus 2 plus 2. Raspberry is 6. And can you see, you cannot possibly have a greater number than 6. That is the maximum count. And given that all the options are precise, answer has to be raspberry duet. In case you want to calculate it further, of course we can. Orange is 1 plus 1 plus 2, 4. And pine is 2 plus 0 plus 1. So 3. So now raspberry wins. Either way, raspberry has to be there. The total number of Mother Dairy stick ice cream with Gopi and Hira initially was. Mother Dairy stick ice cream with Gopi and Hira initially. Okay. I know Mother Dairy is used in what? Mother dairy is used in the first four. So I'm saying 3, 6, 5 adds up to 14 plus 8. 22 flavors he sold. Last, if I have to remove 18, Gopi had, and 2, 4, 6, 6, 4. So 18, 22, again 4 gone. 18. There were 18 units sold by Gopi, which had mother dairy, and there were 18 units sold by Hira, which had mother dairy. So how many sticks of mother dairy did they have initially? 18 plus 18, 36. Next question, what was the difference between the total number of Amul stick ice cream sold by Gopi and the number of Cream Bell stick ice cream sold by Ramu? पहले Amul stick ice cream by Gopi, तो 1, 2, 4, 5. तो 22 में से ये गया 17 एंड क्रीम बेल क्या है 1, 2, 3, चौथा नंबर हटाना है रामू का टोटल कितना है 3 + 3 + 6 + 5 + 6 + 5 so 22 वंडरफुल ऑल ऑफ देम हैव इक्वल टोटल और क्रीम बेल के लिए चौथा हटाना है 16 तो 17 - 16 is what we are seeking. Cream Bell stick sold by Ramu 17 - 16 answer has to be 1. Last question, which of the following brands had the second largest number of stick ice cream sold by the 3 vendors during the 4 hours? Okay, this will require a different level of working. Let's see. तो हम अगर अमूल का काम कर रहे हैं अमूल का काम हमने इसका तो निकाल ही दिया था 17 फॉर गोपी अमूल के लिए क्या हटाना था थर्ड कॉलम हटाना था तो 22 - 6 तो 16 22 - 5 17 अमूल इज दिस वी आर डन देन वी हैव मदर डेयरी के लिए क्या हटाना है पहला है दूसरा है तीसरा है चौथा है मदर डेयरी के लिए आखिरी हटाना है तो 18 दिस एड्स अप टू 50 मदर डेयरी के लिए पहला है 18 दूसरा है 18 और आखिरी है 17 सो ये बढ़ गया एक से बढ़ गया एक से तो 53 ओके मदर डेयरी इज दिस देन वी हैव क्रीम बेल के लिए क्या हटाना 1 2 3 एंड 4 चौथा हटाना है 18 पहला 16 तीसरा दूसरा और इसके लिए भी चौथा ही हटाना ना फिर से 16 16 + 16 + 18 adds up to 50 again and finally we have Vadilal is very useless it is only present in 2 पहला और तीसरा so 8 + 8 + 8 it is present in 24 now the question was asking me about which of the following brands had the second largest number of stick ice creams second largest numbers so can you see the highest is for Mother Dairy the second spot is shared between Amul and Cream Bell so answer to the last question here is option D both 1 and 3 and that is the entirety of this set. The table given below shows the amount in rupees to be paid by different types of vehicles to cross Agra Toll Plaza by Yamuna Expressway. The bar graph given below shows the percentage breakup of the type of vehicles that cross the Agra Toll Plaza on a particular day. The amount was collected through FASTag at Agra Toll Plaza. But if the vehicles did not have FASTag, double of the actual amount was charged in cash. Okay. Then we have toll per vehicle according to FASTag. If at all the vehicle doesn't have FASTag, then it would be double this amount that will be charged. Okay. The first thing, the amount collected from multi-axle vehicles at Agra Toll Plaza was what percent more or less than the amount collected from 7+ axle vehicles on Sunday if all the vehicles of both the categories were FASTag enabled. Multi-axle कितना ज्यादा या कम है compared to 7+ axle vehicle. 7+ axle vehicle को अगर 10 माने तो 10 into ये आ गया मेरे पास 2250 into ये और मल्टी एक्सल हो गया 18 into 197 हाय राम 18 into 197 ओके पहले तो 0 0 गायब किया जाए फिर 18 ही गायब किया जाए सीधा, तो 1, 45 पे 2, 90 पे 5. We are left with 197 by 125. But pay attention, this is total by total. This is total by total. What we are looking for is more or less. So more here is going to be 72 by 125 into 100. Cancel 5, cancel 4. 288 by 5. So this will turn out to be 57.6, or option B will be the correct answer. Okay, next question. If 2% and 10% of the number of buses and trucks and 7 plus axle vehicles, respectively, crossing the toll plaza did not have FASTag on Sunday, and the amount collected in cash from these buses, trucks was 6475, then how much extra amount in rupees was collected in cash from these 7 plus axle vehicles on that day? ठीक है. 2% of buses trucks, 2% of buses trucks is इसका 1/25 is 4%, तो 2% will be 0.5. 0.5% x into 2 into बस ट्रक का लेता कितना 1295. 1295 is equal to 6475. अच्छा, तो ये तो कट कुटा के x ही बचा. x is equal to 6475 divided by 1295, या x is equal to 5 आ गया. बहुत बढ़िया. अगर x equal to 5 आ गया, इसका 10%, 7 plus axle का 10% is 1 itself. तो 1 into 2, सॉरी 1 क्यों, 1% है ना, 1% तो 5 ही हो गया. Amount collected in cash is 6475, and finally they've asked me how much extra amount in rupees was collected in cash. Extra amount is half only, so 0.5 in, sorry, 0.5 of 1, आधा of 1, half into 2 into half into 2 into 5 into 2250, ये निकल के आएगा. half on account of extra amount is when the payment is being made. When the payment is being made, 1/2 is the actual charge and 1/2 is the extra amount. So half of that, and half of that, because they were paying double, so 2 उसके चक्कर में. X, I'm saying if the total number of vehicles here is 100x, total number of vehicles here is 100x, तो यहाँ पे half into 2x into 2250 होना था. X की value we had already ascertained is 5. So we get this, half and 2 cancelled, 5 into 2250. इसका आधा तो 11250, or option C will be the answer. Next case, 11250 and 57.6. Next is, which of the following is the correct order for the total amount collected from different categories of vehicles crossing the Agra toll plaza on Sunday, if all the vehicles of all the categories were fast tag enabled? When you look at the options, they have given us lots of things, so we would have to roughly do it for everything. So 15 into 205 is 10. 15 into 205 करते हैं, तो या 2050 एंड 1025, ये दोनों मिल के आएगा. 20 इंटू 415 करते हैं. 20 इंटू 400 इज 8000, 8300. ओके, 635 इंटू 12 करते हैं. 600 इंटू 12 इज 7200. 35 इंटू 12 इज 420. ओके, 25 इंटू 1295 करना है, तो 12950 डिवाइडेड बाई 4, सो 3 9 का 2, 15 का 3, 30 का 7, 20 का 5। 197 इंटू 18 करना है भगवान, है भगवान। 197 इंटू 18 करना है तो 32400 से तो ज्यादा ही जाएगा भाई। ठीक है, और आखिरी का 22500 आ जाएगा। तो अब रैंकिंग ही करना है क्योंकि ऑर्डर वाइज ही देखना है। दिस इज रैंक 1, दिस इज रैंक 2, दिस इज रैंक 3, दिस इज रैंक 4, दिस इज रैंक 5, दिस इज रैंक 6। Option A says light commercial vehicles 5 is greater than cars jeep 4। ना, ये तो नहीं है, ये तो ऐसे ही गलत हो गया। बस एंड ट्रक 2 is greater than 5 is greater than cars jeep with 5 greater than 4 नहीं हो सकता। Remember, these numbers are ranks. These are not absolute numbers. These numbers are ranks. So 5 greater than 4 is wrong. 5 greater than 4 in terms of ranks is wrong. 7 plus axle vehicles. So 3 is greater than 1. So this is also wrong. By extension, whatever is left has to be true. Let's just see what it is. 1, 2, and 3. Yes, it is fulfilling all the criteria. So this is done. Option D for question number 9 is correct. For question number 10, the ratio of number of buses and trucks that crossed Agra Toll Plaza on Sunday was 2:3. Bus and truck was total 25, it is 2:3. So then this is 10 and this is 15%. And the difference between the amount collected from trucks and multi-axle vehicles was 128,280. अच्छा, ट्रक्स कितने थे? 15%। और ट्रक पे पैसा कितना मिलता है? 15x इंटू 1295। एक जगह ये नंबर है, दूसरी जगह मल्टी एक्सल व्हीकल्स का नंबर है ना, निकालना ही पड़ेगा यार। 18 इंटू 1970। अच्छा, तो आलस करने के लिए अपने को ये पता है ये लार्जर नंबर रहेगा, तो इसको ऐसे लिखते हैं 3x इंटू 1970 प्लस 15 इंटू 15x 1970 माइनस 1295। 5 5 बढ़ा देते हैं तो इसको 1300 कर देते हैं और इसको 975 कर देते हैं तो 675 आ जाएगा। तो 3 इंटू 197, 600 में से 5910, 0x यहाँ पे 675 इंटू 15 सो 6750 और 675 इंटू 5 इसका आधा, इसका आधा। तो 3 3 7 5 इसको भी ऐड करना पड़ेगा। 5 2 1 कैरिड ओवर का 1 कैरिड ओवर का 10125 5910। चलो ऐड किया जाए, कितना आता है? 5 3 0 6 1। So 16035x is equal to 128280। x is equal to 8। 16,000 इंटू 8 इज 1,28,000। 35 इंटू 8 इज 280, इसीलिए x equal to 8। Finally, what do they want me? If 15% of the number of cars and jeeps and vans crossing the toll plaza did not pay FASTag on that day, did not have FASTag on that day। अच्छा, क्या था? Cars, jeeps, vans, 15% of this, तो 3% of total या 3x did not have FASTag that day। What was the number of these cars, vans, jeeps? 3 into 8। Answer to the last question has to be 24। That is the entirety of this set। This question simply demands of you to have your percentages in place। Let's look at this set। In a recently conducted elections in 9 constituencies, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I, 5 parties, AAP, BAP, MAP, NAP, SAP took part. Each constituency was won by a single party, and in each constituency, either 3 or 4 parties contested the election. Each party won at least one constituency. Following information is also known. Okay, so far we have two parameters among which we have to do the distribution. We have 9 constituencies and we have 5 parties. We have to work with these. Okay, each constituency was won by a single party, and in each constituency, either 3 or 4 parties contested in the election. Okay, each party won at least one constituency. This is also critical. So we would have to make a table with all the 9 constituencies and all the 5 parties. So the table will look something like this. Okay, the key points, let us again highlight. Each constituency was won by a single party, and each constituency, either 3 or 4 parties contested in that election. Each party won at least one constituency. Okay, moving on. First point is combination of parties contesting from no 2 constituencies is the same. Okay. This is not something you can strike off straight away because no data is here right now. Next is AAP, MAP, and NAP contested from same number of constituencies. So what I'm writing here is contested X, X, and X. Same number of constituency they contested in. The total number of constituencies won by these parties is 5. So if AAP, MAP, NAP one participated in or won in 5 constituency, can I say SAP and BAP won 4 constituencies? They won in 4 constituencies. Okay, this is also known. Next is NAP won from 2 constituencies from where only 3 parties contested and defeated SAP. So NAP 1 in 2. Let's put it here. 1. How many constituencies somebody is winning? NAP 1 in 2. If NAP 1 in 2, and we also have the information, each party won at least one constituency. So A plus M plus N is equal to 5. N is already 2, and I know A and M have to be at least 1. So it will either be 1 or 2, 2 or 1. So I will write it as this is A and this is 3 minus A. In the same vein, I will write this as B. This is 4 minus B, the number of constituencies that they have won. Okay. Now, NAP won from 2 constituencies where there were only 3 parties and 3 parties contested and defeated SAP. So wherever NAP is winning, there are only 3 parties, and one of the other parties is also SAP. That is also known. AAP won from H. Okay. AAP won from H and was never able to defeat BAP. If it was never able to defeat BAP, BAP would not have contested here. This is also known. 2 won from E. So in E, BAP won. Okay. 2 won from E, where only 3 parties contested. So only 3 parties contested in E. Let me change the color. 3 parties contested in E. Okay. Next line is MAP defeated all other parties, AAP, NAP, SAP in G. So MAP won in G and defeated all other parties. So lost, and lost. We also know that in every constituency, either 3 or 4 parties contested. 4 parties we already got here. So BAP did not contest here, and 4 parties contested here. This is the first point that we are able to strike off. We have taken care of the 5th point entirely. For every other thing, there are still pieces of information that we have to take care of. Okay, next is 6th. The number of constituencies from which 4 parties contested was not less than those from where 3 parties contested. Okay, let's say 4 party constituencies are greater than equal to 3 party constituencies. You can also go ahead and write it directly greater than, because there are odd number of constituencies. So four-party constituency, uh, if it is not less than three-party constituencies, it has to be greater only. There is no case in which they can be equal. Okay. Each of A, B, D, E had a different winner. So different winner, different winner, different winner, and different winner. This is also known. And only three parties contested from B, C, H. B had three participants, C had three participants, and H had three participants. Now, the fun thing, utilize this piece of information. Let the four-party constituencies be M. Let the three-party constituencies be N. M plus N is equal to 9. And M has to be greater than N. N, we know minimum value that it can take is 4. Three-party constituencies, we already have 4. So the only possible case is 4 here and 5 here. There are 5 constituencies which have 4 parties contesting, and we have 4 constituencies which have 3 parties contesting. So this here will have 4 parties contesting, 4 parties contesting, 4 parties contesting, and 4 parties contesting. This is also known. Okay. So we have taken care of this point 7. In entirety. We have also taken care of point 6 in entirety. Okay. The number of constituencies from where BAP contested is 1 less than the number of constituencies from where SAP contested. So if this is y plus 1. So see, the summation of each column should add up to summation of each row. Given that summation of each column is as good as 4 into 5 and 3 into 4, 32, can I say the number of constituencies from which AAP and BAP and MAP and NAP and SAP contested will be equal to 32. So we have 3x plus 2y plus 1 is equal to 32, or this is equal to 31. If we try to find acceptable cases, it will be 9, 2, 7, and 5, and so on, so on. The number of constituencies from BAP, the number of constituency from where BAP contested, where is missing here, is 1 less than the number of constituencies from where SAP contested. And SAP contested from the least number of constituencies. Okay, if BAP contested from least number of constituencies, can I say X has to be greater than Y? The next solution would be 5 and 8, which is an unacceptable one. This we cannot have. So it has to be one of these two cases. It has to be one of these two cases. Okay, we will see. BAP never contested together with SAP and NAP from any constituencies where 3 parties took part. BAP never contested together with SAP and NAP from any constituency where 3 parties took part. Okay, so look at constituency E. We know that BAP cannot be working with NAP and SAP. So these two are gone. So the 2 parties that are contesting here are AAP and MAP. This is identified entirely. Additionally, we also had this information. This is done. Look at point 3. NAP won from 2 constituency where only 3 parties contested. 3-party contesting constituencies are B, C, E, and H. In E, BAP has won. In H, AAP has won. So the 2 places where NAP will win will necessarily be here. And if they will necessarily win here, can I say SAP will lose here? Because and defeated SAP. Additionally, we know that in 3-party constituencies, BAP, NAP, SAP cannot be that combo. So this is also crossed out. This is also crossed out. Okay. We have also taken care of this. The number of Okay, no, we haven't taken care of this. We haven't taken care of this. 0.8 is not really taken care of so far. We don't really have a precise value for x and y. Once we do that, we'll go. Okay. BAP never contested together with SAP and NAP in any okay. E, F, and I constituency have three common contesting parties. If they have three common contesting parties, see, E has only three contesting parties. So these three are common, and these three are common. E, F, and I have these three common. Additionally, we are told, first point, combination of parties contesting from no two constituencies is the same. If that is the case, either participation happens here or doesn't happen here. Correspondingly, either participation doesn't happen here or happens here, doesn't happen here, sorry, happens here or doesn't happen here. For constituency F and I, the participation of NAP and SAP are dependent on each other. If NAP participates, if NAP participates in F, it wouldn't participate in I. Correspondingly, SAP wouldn't participate in F and SAP would participate in I. This is known. So at this time, see, we know three precise constituencies in which SAP is participating. Lost, B, C, and G, SAP is losing. And one of F and I, it is also participating in. If it is also participating there, can you see Y has to be at least 3? If Y plus 1 will take a minimum value of 4, because we all have already found 4, Y will take a minimum value of 3, which means this 9 and 2 case is no longer valid. The only case that works is X being 7 and Y being 5. So if X is 7 and Y is 5, I can remove these numbers and write down precise values. This is 7, this is 5, this is 7, this is 7, and this is 6. Wonderful. We have lots of data recorded. Now for NAP, see, because we know NAP is not participating in two places. It is not participating in E, and between F and I, it will not participate in one place. At one of those places, it will not participate, which would mean it participates in all the remaining places. Additionally, so we know this point now. Now see, we know NAP, this point. Where is it? 0.7. Each of A, B, D had a different winner. D, NAP has already won. So it will participate in A, but it will lose. Similarly, it will participate in D and it will lose because A, B, D, E all have different winners. Additionally, look at this now, H. NAP is definitely participating here, but because ARP has already won, it will participate and lose. So everything about NAP that we want to know is already identified. Okay, this third point also we have pretty much taken care of. Wonderful. Combination of part. Now, anywhere else? Can you see? BAP also, we have 5 places where it is contesting. 5 places where it is contesting, and 4 places are already ruled out. B and C and G and H are already ruled out. So BAP is definitely contesting in A and D. If it is definitely contesting in A and D, because it has already won in E, it will lose in D. Lost and lost. Okay. This is also uniquely identified. Wonderfully well done. Now, what else can we see? Okay, now see, we were told, see, can A win in, can AAP win in A? No, we were told that AAP won from H and was never able to defeat BAP. BAP is losing in constituency A, so AAP cannot win. Similarly, in B, AAP cannot win because NAP has already won. In C, AAP cannot win because it has already It has already what? It has already lost here, or NAP has already won here, so A will definitely lose. Can AAP win in D? No, not possible. D, it cannot win in E because BAP has already lost here. BAP is always beating AAP, so AAP cannot possibly win here. So when we were told, and in E, of course, it lost. When we are told this point 7, each of A, B, D, E had a different winner. Can you see the winner of A and D? The winner of A and D has to either be MAP or SAP. MAP or SAP has to be the winner here. So for A and D, either it won or lost. In fact, let me write it slightly differently. In one, lost or did not participate. And here it will be, if it won, it could be, I can make multiple cases from this now. I can make multiple cases from this now, but that wouldn't be ideal. What we can see is, okay, I'll record it in a slightly different way. I'll record it. Possible winner, one of these two will win. And here, possible winner and possible winner. But can you see, you cannot possibly have these 4 people participating in A and also the same 4 people participating in D, because the first line was combination of parties contesting from no 2 constituencies is the same. This we know. So can I go on to say, I will record it in a slightly different manner now. Look at A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, and I. We know number of participants from each of these places. 4, 3, 3, 4, 4, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 3, 4, 4, 3, and 4. At whatever place, I'm sure participants are participating and 1. We will just do that. In the first one, we could have BAP and NAP are definitely there. BAP and NAP are definitely there. After this, we could have any two of MAP, SAP, UP. MAP, SAP, or UP. But win will only go to MAP or SAP. For A, we have this info. For B, we will have UP or MAP present, but whoever is present is losing. So we will record it as NAP and SAP are definitely there. NAP and SAP. Whatever isn't underlined is guaranteed. Possibility here is for MAP or 2 out of them. So I should write it this way: MAP or UP, and the winner is definitely NAP. For the third one also, NAP or SAP. Now here it will either be MAP or SAP, and the winner is NAP. For D, let us record. Again, out of these 3, anyone can potentially participate. So A and D are kind of linked. BAP is certain, NAP is certain, but after that, any 2 of these 3, MAP or SAP or AAP is there? Any two of them? And out of these, MAP or SAP, whoever wins, the other fellow will win here. SAP or MAP. Okay. Wonderful. Let us look at E. For E, we have precise info. Lost, one lost. AAP, BAP, MAP. So AAP, BAP, and MAP. And E, who won? BAP won. Okay. For F, do we have precise info? Not really so far. Not really. Have I missed out on something? Not really. Oh, wonderful thing. Wonderful thing. Look at it. Now, a map was supposed to win at either two or one matches. Either two or one matches. The two victories are already accounted for. You have the first victory in G, and you also have one of these two spots is win, either in uh, constituency A or in constituency D. One of these two spots is definitely a victory. So two wins are already here. So AAP will only have one win. If AAP only has one win, the other spots where it is participating, F and I, can I say it is definitely losing? In fact, I could have also arrived at this conclusion because B is participating. Because BAP is participating, AAP will definitely lose. So for AAP or for F, we know who are participating. Let me record the participant list. Participant list would be AAP, BAP, and MAP. And out of the remaining two, there is going to be one NAP or SAP. And we just know AAP lost. For F, who won, we don't know, but AAP lost. Okay. For G, we know precise info. So who all won? Apart from BAP, everyone was there. AAP, MAP, NAP, and SAP. And who won? MAP won. MAP won. Okay. Oh, MAP won. Whoever is participating here is also losing. Whoever is participating here. Oh, I can't state that with certainty for SAP right now. So let's not make that claim. I know wherever NAP is participating. If NAP is participating here, if at all it is participating here, it is lost. Or if NAP is participating here, it lost. Okay. Okay. Now MAP is supposed to get two wins. MAP is supposed to get two wins wherever it is two wins that it is supposed to get. One of the two wins is already present here. One of the two wins is already present in either constituency A or in constituency D. One of those two spots it won, and it also won in G, which means wherever else it participated, it lost, and it lost. This is also identified uniquely. Okay. So we have done everything. For F, I think we have more info. The winner here is either BAP or SAP, depending on who comes through. BAP or SAP. So let me record that. BAP or SAP. Okay. And now for H. For H. MAP is not supposed to participate in two spots. MAP is not supposed to participate in two spots. It is definitely participating at one of these two spots. Tick, cross, cross, tick, and cross, tick, tick, cross. See, I will make circles or symbols to link them. At one of these two spots, it is not participating. The other spot where it is not participating, the other spot where it is not participating, is MAP necessarily participating here? Not really. Is MAP necessarily participating here? Not necessarily. One of these two spots is here, so I don't know if this would work. Can I have NAP and SAP and AAP? Possibly. So at this time in H, we don't know which of these two. 7 games were supposed to be played. One of these two spots is gone, and no, one of these two spots is gone, and between these three spots, at one spot SAP will be missing. So for H, what I can say is AAP is participating, and NAP is participating, and out of MAP and SAP, one of them is participating. MAP and SAP, one of these two is participating, but the winner is uniquely known. Winner is definitely AAP. Now coming to I. We know AAP, BAP and MAP are participating. AAP, BAP or MAP. BAP and MAP are participating. Out of the remaining two, NAP or SAP, one person is participating. Whoever is participating, it will be BAP or SAP. Look at this. The winner can potentially be here. The winner can potentially be here. AAP cannot win. MAP cannot win. NAP cannot win. One of these two. Now see, also fun thing. Can you see the results of F? The results of F and I are linked. One of these two will be won by BAP. One of these two will be won by BAP. With that knowledge in mind, can I also go back and say BAP is winning one match here and potentially one more match here. So BAP is winning 2 matches. Additionally, SAP is either winning constituency A or constituency D and one of F or I. So BAP is also winning 2 constituencies. We pretty much have all information, linkages that we want. See, for results wise, these two are linked. In fact, F and I are entirely linked. F and I are entirely linked. So that is also fun because of the possibilities here. In H, what is left? One of these two is participating in 3-game wala. Okay, MAP or SAP. So we'll see. Let's look at individual questions and see how far we can get there. What is the correct sequence of number of parties contesting from A, D, F, H? A has 4, D has 4, F has 4, H has 3. So 443, this should be the answer. Next question is how many contesting parties are same for D, E and F? D, E and F. For D, we definitely know BAP and NAP are there. BAP and NAP are there. So let's say BAP is common between D and E and F. Does it have BAP? Yes. So BAP is definitely getting counted. Now, out of MAP and D, can I have a case where D and E have just one overlap? BAP only. If it is MAP, it will overlap here. If it is AAP, it will overlap here. If it is SAP, it will not overlap here. If it is SAP, it will not overlap here.
How many same constituency D, E, and F? AAP and NAP. Sorry, D, E, and F. Okay, these three we have to be looking at. BAP, BAP, BAP everywhere. AAP, AAP. Do I need to have AAP in 4? Let's say constituency D. Do I need to have 4? One of them is necessary, the other one isn't. So the answer to the question will be, now see, BAP is guaranteed to be overlapping. You could also potentially have AAP and AAP overlapping. AAP is present, AAP could be overlapping. Can you have MAP overlapping? MAP is here, MAP is here, MAP is here. You could have MAP overlapping, in which case there will be two contesting parties overlapping. But SAP, I can't guarantee. No, if it was SAP, let's say D was B, N, and S, and E was A, B, and M. In this case, there would be only one overlap. In case it was B, N, and A, then there will be two overlap. So answer to question number 12 will be option D, either 2 or 3. Okay. Next question. Which of the following statements is never true with respect to SAP? The party won in constituency A. Can SAP win in constituency A? Yes. So this can be true. The party defeated AAP, MAP, BAP in constituency I. SAP defeated AAP, MAP, and BAP in constituency I. SAP can potentially win here. So this is not always false. The party won from 3 constituencies. No. This we had ascertained. It won only from 2 constituencies. So answer to the question should be option C. Which parties could have lost the election in C? Election in C. SAP MAP or SAP AAP? Sorry, this should be AAP. SAP MAP or SAP AAP? These two. SAP AP and SAM MAP, both of these are possible. So answer will be option D, either 1 or 2. Last question, which of the following statements is never true? BAP won from maximum number of constituencies. Yes, that statement is true. BAP won from maximum number of constituencies, so this will not be a part of our answer. MAP defeated SAP, NAP, and BAP in D. MAP winning in this, MAP winning here, and it defeated SAP, NAP, and BAP. This is also possible. In one case, this will also happen. So if I've ruled out 1 and I've ruled out 2, I can happily say these options are ruled out. So only this is possible. Let's see option statement 3. BAP defeated SAP, NAP, and AAP in F. See why this is impossible. Only one of SAP or NAP is participating in F. Only one of SAP and NAP is participating in F. So BAP can potentially win, but it cannot be defeating both SAP and NAP. So answer to this question will be 3 only. The very convoluted question, requires recording in very methodical fashion. Additionally, the questions require you to work with an unfinished table, which makes it extra difficult. But hopefully with this video, you got some clarity. Let's look at this set now. In a reality show for budding writers, there are 10 rounds and 4 participants: Anne, Ben, Sin, and Dan. In each round, a situation along with the conclusion are posed, and 4 participants either agree or disagree, A or D, with the conclusion. They get points based on some conditions, and the winner get a chance to be the script writer for their upcoming show. Okay. The table below gives the points earned by the participants based on how many of them agree or disagree with the conclusion. For example, if 3 participants agree, they get -5 points each, and 1 participant who agrees gets 10 points. Okay. So basically, this table here is giving me if 4 agree and 0 disagree, or if 3 agree and 1 disagrees, if 2 agree and 2 disagree, so on and so forth. That is the storyline that is presented here. And then we also have additional information about what happened in individual rounds, their cumulative scores at the end of some rounds, all of that. So this information should ideally be captured in the form of a table as is presented here. And the different outcomes, there are 5 different outcomes. 0 disagree, 4 agree, plus 10 you get. 1 disagree, 3 agree, you get plus 5 here and minus 10 here. 2 agree, 2 disagree, you get plus 3 here, you get plus 2 here. 1 disagree and 3 agree, you get plus 10 here, minus 5 here. Okay. And finally, sorry. 3 disagree and 1 agree, you get plus 10 here and minus 5 here. And finally, 4 disagree and 0 agree, you get plus 2s all around. Here you don't really get anything, here you don't really get anything. Now I'm going ahead and labeling these outcomes. I'm going ahead and labeling these outcomes with a letter. I'm calling this M, I'm calling this N, I'm calling this O, I'm calling this P, and I'm calling this Q. These are 5 different outcomes that we can have. Let's look at the additional information. At the end of the third round, Anne and Dan have 7 points. So 7 points here in a box, 7 points here in a box, whereas Sin has agreed to all the 3 conclusions and scored 23 points. So if you're scoring 23 points in 3 rounds, can I say Sin in the first 3 rounds has scored 10, 10, and 3? In the first 3 rounds, Sin would have scored 10, 10, and 3. So if Sin is scoring 10, 10, and 3, if Sin is scoring 10, 10, and 3, can you see 3 can only be obtained if you have plus 2s and plus 3s somewhere, which means in one of the first 3 rounds, we are going to have one of the cases as O, plus 2 and plus 3. This is definitely there. Apart from that, 2 10s are there. If 2 10s are there, I'm saying let this be 10. 10 is obtained where plus 10 is obtained if all 4 agree, or if 3 disagree and 1 agree. If all 4 agree or 3 disagree and 1 agree. Can I potentially have 2 M's? Can it be OMM here? If it was OMM, look at A's world. In one case, it will get 10. In another case, it will get 10. In the other case, it will either get 2 or 3. The total will either be 22 or 23. The total will never be 7, which means 10 and 10 is not ideal. This is not happening. So this case we will remove. OMM is not working. Can I potentially have OPP? If I have OPP, then I have plus 3 here. I have plus 10 here and plus 10 here. But because in cases in which C is getting plus 10, the other folks would get minus 5, and here it will get either plus 2 or plus 3. We don't know. Either plus 2 or plus 3, we don't know. But can you see the total will definitely not be 7. It will be either minus 8 or minus 7, which means OPP also doesn't work. So the only possible case that can potentially work, the only possible case for the 3 initial rounds, the only possible case that can potentially work is O, P, and M. O, P, and M. For O, P, and M, just see, if this is 3, this is 10, this is 10. Let's say all our 10s, M was round 3. You had this. You had this 10, 10, 10, 10. Here you had -5, -5, and -5. Here you can have 2. Here you can have 2. And then sevens that A and D are getting, that can be ascertained. And now, because in O, 3, 3, 2, 2 have to be distributed, this will be 3 here. So you get 3, -5, -2, +10. We will have 8 here. The good thing is, we don't know in which round, these things happened. We don't know in which round these things happened. So for the time being, I'm denoting it by this symbol. These three things can switch around with themselves. These three things can potentially switch around with themselves. Round 1 and round 2 and round 3, these are not the precise scores there, but they can switch around with themselves. This is the first point. Second point, at the end of the 6th round, Anne and Dan have increased their scores by 10. Anne has now become 17. Dan has now become 17. Okay. Since the third round, whereas the digits of CYN scores have reversed. So score here has turned to 32. Okay. Next is, while Ben has the lowest score with 2 points. Now look at our poor Ben. Look at our poor Ben. He has lost 6. He has lost 6. How can you lose 6? The only way you can lose 6 is if you lose 10 and then you gain 2 and you gain 2. This is the only way in which you can lose 6. Now, how can you lose 10? You can lose 10 if in case n, you can lose 10 in case n. So if it is n, this is +5, this is +5, this is +5. Now for +2, you can either have 4 disagrees, or 2 disagree, 2 agrees. Let's say both were 4 disagrees. If it was 4, sorry, Q and Q here, if it was Q and Q here, we would have gotten +2, +2, +2, +2. But can you see, this is not working out for D. This is not working out for D and A. 5 + 2 + 2 is 9. 7 + 9 would have given me a total of 16 only, but I need a total of 17. So 2 Qs are not correct. 2 Qs are not correct. Can I potentially have it as 2 Os? 2 O's. If I have it as 2 O's, then now see, 1 + 2 is already assigned. Let's say this got +2 and this got +3. And here it got +3 and here it got +2. 2 O's right now. We are happy with everything that we have done so far. What would happen in this case? This will turn to +3 and this will turn to +3. The problem with 2 O's is when it comes to sin, 5 + 3 + 3 is 11, 23 + 11 is 34. But we are reaching only 32, which means 2 O's also wouldn't float our boat. That is not acceptable. So the only case that works here, is an O and a Q. For an O, you have a +2 +2. Here you have a +2. Here you have a +3. Here you have a +2. Here you have a +2. Here you have a +2. Here you have a +3. And the numbers will make sense. Again, these 3, we don't know in which round they occur. So I'm denoting it by a symbol, which is a rainbow of sorts over them. These 3 can interchange positions with each other. We don't know where they come exactly. Okay. Point 2 is now complete. Point 10. Out of the 10 rounds, Anne and Dan have the same opinion, either agree or disagree in 8 rounds. Now see, when you have the same opinion, you will get the same marks. If you have the same opinion, you will have the same marks. Can you see the place where they have the same opinion is round 1? Out of these 8 rounds, round 1 or 1 round here, 1 round here, 1 round here, 6 rounds. The first 6 rounds are definitely included in this. Out of the 8 rounds, first 6 rounds are definitely included in this 0.3 wise. I will not take it off because I don't know how it ends, because the last 4 rounds are still left. We will see. 0.4. At the end of the 10th round, Anne and Ben have 29 points. Anne has 29, Ben has 29. Okay. Whereas Sin and Dan have 45 and 15 points. 45 and 15. Okay. We have recorded this. All of them had the same opinion in exactly 3 rounds, namely the first, the 5th, and the 10th round. So if in round 1 they had the same opinion, if in round 1 they had the same opinion, this 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 will be round 1. So I'm renaming this to round 1. I'm renaming this to round 1. I'm renaming this to round 3. And I know that these 2 rounds can flip over with each other. I know these 2 rounds can flip over with each other. But round 1 is set in stone. This is set in stone. This is definitely this. Okay. We were also told they had the same opinion in round 5. And that is wonderful. Now see, round 5, we already have the same opinion recorded. So this is set in stone, but round 4 and 6 can flip over with each other. Round 4 and 6 can flip over with each other. Okay. Now in round 10, all of them have same scores. So here in round 10, it will either be M or Q. M or Q. Okay. Let's see further. 17 plus 20, 27 minus something. Okay. We will see later. Anne and Ben have the same opinion in 7th and 8th rounds. So if they have the same opinion in 7th and 8th round, Anne and Ben, look at this. This is wonderful. If Anne and Ben have the same opinion in 7th and 8th round, can I say at the end of the 7th round and at the end of the 8th round, if score of Ben is X, Anne's score will be X plus 15, because that is the gap they had at the end of round 6. So that gap will be maintained up until the end of round 8. Now in round 10 also they are getting the same score, because in round 10 they gave identical answers. So their gap of 15 has been flipped over. Their gap of 15 has been flipped over either by him getting a plus 10 and him getting a minus 5, or by him getting a minus 10 and him getting a plus 5. Both these cases are possible. Minus 5 plus 10 or minus 10 plus 5. See, negative scores are only minus 10 or minus 5 available. So gap of 15 has been flipped over by either minus 5 10 or minus 10 5. Okay. More importantly, out of these two, this is minus 5 and 10. This is case either P or N. This is either P or N. I'm also going ahead and identifying what it would be. If it is P, minus 5 plus 10. So minus 5 and minus 5 here. If it is plus 10, this will be plus 5. This will be plus 5. Okay. We will figure it out later whether it is P or N in round 9. But for the time being, this is the conclusion that we can draw. Okay. I'm erasing this X plus 15 storyline. Okay. From the 8th round to the 10th round, the maximum increase was in Ben's score, and it was 20 points. Okay, now our life becomes insanely easy. Now see, Ben's score from the 8th round to the 10th round. From the 8th round to the 10th round, because his score has increased by 20 points. This can only happen if he got 10 and 10. So he's got a 10 here. So P is guaranteed. In round 9, P is guaranteed. And even in the last round, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, and plus 10 is guaranteed. This much is guaranteed. M is guaranteed in round 10. These scores are uniquely identifiable. Now, working our way backwards, look at current score of A based on the scores identified so far. 17 plus 10 is 27. 27 minus 5 is 22. 17 plus 10 is 27. 27 minus 5 is 22. From 22, if you want to reach 29, from 22, if you want to reach 29, the only way you can reach 29 is if you had plus 5 and plus 2. You need 7 more. So it will be either plus 5 or plus 2. Given that the scores obtained by Anne and Ben in round 7 and round 8 were identical, you also get a plus 5 here. You also get a plus 2 here. 2 people are getting plus 2 here. 2 people are getting plus 2 here. 2 people are getting plus 5 here. Multiple people getting plus 5 here can only happen in N. So plus 5 plus 5. Somebody is getting a minus 10. Somebody is getting a minus 10. Now look at C score 32 to 45. Okay. Is he more likely to get that minus 10 or is D more likely to get that minus 10? 17 to 15. More likely person to get the minus 10 is, of course, D. D is getting that minus 10, which would mean C gets a plus 5 here. If C gets a plus 5 here, now look at C or D, whichever person you like. Can you see in round 8, we would need a plus 3 here, we would need a plus 3 here. And now every number is fairly easily recognizable, but you have to be careful. Round 7 and round 8 are not precise. They can also flip over with each other. Round 3, round 2 can flip over. Round 4, round 6 can flip over. Round 7, round 8 can flip over. All of this is known. So for the last bit, all that you have to do here is write down all the agreements and disagreements that people have. This is disagreement, agreement, agreement, disagreement, 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 agreement, disagreement, agreement, 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 and agreement, agreement, disagreement, agreement, agreement, disagreement, 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 agreement, disagreement, disagreement, agreement, 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 disagreement, 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 agreement, agreement, disagreement, agreement, disagreement, and disagreement, and finally agreement, 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 agreement. Now we can solve all the questions. First question: what were the answers of Anne, Ben, Sin, and Dan in the third round if exactly 2 persons agreed to the conclusions in the second round? If exactly 2 persons agreed to the conclusion in the second round, basically what they're saying is this is round 2. This is round 2. If this is round 2, this is round 3. So their agreement disagreement will be given by DDAD. DDAD. So option B. Question 18. How many out of the 10 rounds did Sin agree with the conclusion? Sin is disagreeing in round 5, is disagreeing in round 6, and is disagreeing in round 7. So in 3 rounds, if he's disagreed, he would have agreed in 7 rounds. Question 19. How many rounds did 3 or more players disagree with the presented conclusion? Okay. Round 2, no. Round 3, yes. In this round, it is happening. Round 1, no. Round 4, no. Round 5, yes. In this round, it is happening. Round 6, no. Round 7, no. Round 8, no. Yes. In round 9, it is happening. And so there are a total of 3 rounds. So answer to question number 19 will be 3. Last is, what is the absolute difference between sin score and an score at the end of the 8th round? Sin score and an score. An score would be 17 plus 5 plus 2 is 24. And score of sin would be 32 plus 5 plus 8, which would be 40. So 40 minus 24, absolute difference would be 16, or option A. And that is the entirety of this set. Let's look at this set. Raju is working on his internship in VTS Auto Parts Manufacturing Private Limited. One of his regular activities is to collect data of defective items produced by 5 different machines at a fixed interval. He collects this data 5 times a day and records them in a tabular format report. Raju uses this tabular format report where he has revealed partial data of the day. So, okay, the fact that this table is not entirely populated is by design. Some data points are here, a lot of data points are not here. Okay. One day after collecting the data, he prepares the following analysis. All 25 values that he has noted down are distinct integers. So we have a 5 by 5 matrix. All 25 values that are noted down are distinct integers. Okay. The smallest number of defective pieces noted down by Raju is 1, which is actually a redundant piece of information because within the table we already have first reading for machine 1 as 1. And the largest value is 25. Okay, everything is in the range 1 to 25. So how many errors cumulatively would be there? That we can identify as 25 into 26 by 2, 25 into 13. 325 errors are recorded within this table. Again, we don't know if this 325 would be useful, but when you're reading it for the first time, this data point should come up in your head straight away. The average value of defective items of 5 machines is an integer in each reading, which means each reading has to be a multiple of 5. The average value of the defective items, oops, it is for machines. So it is for machines. Each of the machines, whatever values are written within these cells, that should be a multiple of 5. This also holds true for the average values of number defective items for each machine over the 5 readings, which would mean each column gives me a total that is a multiple of 5. Each row gives me a total that is a multiple of 5. If the average is an integer, the summation, see, because there are 5 cells in a column, 5 cells in a row, because the average of a row or a column is an integer, the summation has to be a multiple of 5. Third point, the row wise averages are 5 consecutive integers in an increasing order from top to bottom. Now see, if it is going to be 5 consecutive integers, can you see this point here, this third row here is going to be average of averages, or therefore it will be the average of the entire group for the entire set of 25 consecutive natural numbers. This third reading has to be the average of that. This is average of 5 consecutive numbers, which themselves are average of 5 cells each. So this cell in effect, or this average value obtained for the third row, has to necessarily be the average of the entire set of data. And we are told the row wise averages are 5 consecutive integers in an increasing order from top to bottom. So the averages obtained here will be 11 and 12 and 14 and 15. Okay. Similarly, column-wise averages are 5 consecutive integers in increasing order from left to right. If they are 5 consecutive integers in increasing order from left to right, I know the average here in the middle column has to be 13. Here it has to be 12. Here it has to be 11. Here it has to be 14. And here it has to be 15. Okay. So column 5 is heavy. Row 5 is heavy.
column 1 is light, row 1 is light. Basic things that I have observed, I will keep at the back of my mind. Next point, the number of defective items recorded for machine 2 is more than the number of defective items recorded for machine 1 in each reading. Okay. At this time, this table will not serve the purpose. We need a bigger table. So I've created the bigger table. I will need to go here. Stuff that we had already assessed. The average here was 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. And therefore, the sum for each row and column, we can also get to that 55, 60, 65, 70, and 75. Similarly, here 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, 75, 70, 65, 60, and 55. This we had done. This we have taken care of. This we have taken care of. Point number 4 onwards, we have to capture within this table. The number of defective items recorded for machine 2 is more than the number of defective items recorded for machine 1 in each reading. Now see, this number here, whatever numbers are present in the first column, have to be lesser than the numbers that are present in the second column. The overall difference between the totals is equal to 5. So using some games and tournament idea, if the cumulative goal difference is 5 and one team has won all 5 matches, if the cumulative goal difference is 5 and one team has won all the matches, the only way it will go down is if it has won every match by 1 goal, which also translates into if machine 1 number of defective readings for machine 1 in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth is always less than the readings for machine 2, and the overall difference between them is 5, it is only possible if each reading here is 1 less than the reading in machine 2. Okay, this much also we know. Also, the number of defective items recorded for machine 5 is more than the number of defective items recorded for machine 4 in each reading. This is pretty much identical storyline wise. Nothing is really changing. If these two are machine 5 reading is always greater than machine 4 reading, and the overall cumulative difference is 5, it means machine 5's reading always has to be 1 more than machine 4's reading. So let me go P, Q, R, S, P plus 1, Q plus 1, R plus 1, and S plus 1. Okay. For every machine, the third reading is the average of the first and the fifth reading. For every machine, the third reading is the average of the first and the fifth reading, which means D here is D plus 1 by 2. D plus 1 is D plus 1 plus 2 by B plus 1, so on and so forth. R is 4 plus T by 2. R plus 1 is 5 plus P plus 1 by 2. Okay, not a problem at all. Now, the interesting thing, so far we had information obtained for machine 1 and machine 2 because of the readings. For machine 4 and machine 5, for machine 3, we don't have a data point, but fifth gives me some data point. If 13 is the average of the first reading and the fifth reading, can I say if this is X, this would have to be 26 minus X? The average of the first value and the last value, first value and the last value has to be has to average out to 13, so that summation should be 26. Additionally, pay attention. Can you see the sum of 4 and 5 is odd? These two add up to give me an odd number. These two add up to give me an odd number. So therefore, can you see 26 minus X? 26 minus X has to necessarily be an odd number. This number here,
26 minus x has to necessarily be an odd number, because the summation of d and d plus 1 and 4 and 5 and 26 minus x adds up to an odd number. So 26 minus x has to be an odd number. So I'm saying I have x, I have 26 minus x. Can I say there, if 26 minus x has to be an odd number, x also has to be an odd number? If 26 minus x has to be an odd number, x also has to be an odd number. Okay. So let me try and fill in potential values of x. Can I fill in x as 1? No, 1 is already used up. Can I fill in x as 3? Yes, 3 and 23 are available. 3 and 23 are available. Can I fill in x as 7? 7 and 19? Yes, this is available. Can I fill in as 9 and 17? Okay, this is also available. Can I fill in 11 and 15? Okay, 11 and 15. This is also available. I cannot fill in 13 and 13. Once I have identified these 4 cases, can you also see these cases can be flipped around? These cases can be flipped around. Not only do I have these 4 cases, I also have these. This is not ruled out. These cases also exist. Okay. Now checking which of these can potentially work. Which of these can potentially work? Because I know the answer beforehand, I will check this case right at the end. Let us check 7 and 19. If this number here was 19, if this number here was 19, 19 plus 4 plus 5 is 28. I need a total sum of 75. 75 minus 28 is 47. So the two numbers here, which are two consecutive numbers, 23 and 24. If these are 23 and 24, the averages obtained for the third reading would be 12 and 13. And hopefully you can see why this is an unacceptable case. This is an unacceptable case because we've got the third reading for machine 2 and third reading for machine 3 to be identical. So this is not possible. We have to get rid of this. We have to also get rid of this. Let us check 9 and 17. Let's say if this was 17. If this was 17, 17 plus 4 plus 5 adds up to 26. If it was 26, the two consecutive numbers here would be 24 and 25. The problem with 24 and 25 here would be 1 and 24 will not give me an integral average. So this case is outright rejected. Next case to check is 11 and 15. If I check 11 and 15, if I place 15 here, if I place 15 here, if I place 15 here, 15 plus 4 plus 5 adds up to 24. So now D and D plus 1 will have to add up to 56. Oh, sorry, 51. D and D plus 1 would have to add up to 51. And that is impossible. The highest number available to us, was 25. So if I take this as 15, the two numbers here would have to be 25 and 26. And that case is impossible. And not just this case will get ruled out. Hopefully you can see when you give 26 minus x a value as small as 15, you are getting unacceptable values of d and d plus 1 because they are breaching the threshold of 25. If you gave 26 minus d any value lower than 15, then you see the same problem would still arise. Let's say within these cases, let's look at 9. If 26 minus x was 9, if it was 9, 9 plus 9 adds up to 18. 75 minus 18 would be 57. So the two numbers here would have to be greater than 25 each. So none of these cases are acceptable. We can straight away rule them out. So the only case possible is if 26 minus x is 23 and x is 3. Once we have reached this place, look at the first row. The sum has to be 55. The first 3 cells add up to 6. So the last 2 cells will add up to 49. The only way it will work is 24.
and 25. Similarly, for the fifth row, the last three cells add up to 32. The overall sum is 75. So the first two cells will add up to 43. 43 broken down into two consecutive numbers will be 21 and 22. If it is 21 and 22, now we will also get the average for the third reading wala row. This will be 11. This will be 12. This will be 14. This will be 15. Yes. Now, the next layer or the next work that we can see is look at machine one. Look at simply machine one. Can you see A and C, the two missing values? The two missing values, we can join, we can have some relationship for them by summation. 1 plus 11 is 12, 12 plus 21 is 33. So A and C should add up to 22. A and C should add up to 22. If two distinct numbers are adding up to 22, if two distinct numbers are adding up to 22, the only way it can happen is if one of them is greater than 11 and the other one is smaller than 11. So I'm trying to make cases for A being greater than 11 and smaller than 11. Sorry, 22 minus A being less than 11. We only have to check those many cases and we will flip it later on. So A being equal to 1, not possible, 1 is used up. Being equal to 2, not possible, 2 is used up. 3 is used up, 4 is used up, 5 is used up. Is 6 used up? Not so far. So A being 6 and correspondingly the fourth reading being 16 is possible. Can it be 7? If it is 7, the other number would have to be 15 and 15 is already used up. Can it be 8? If it is 18, the other number would have to be 14 and that is used up. With 9, it would be 13, used up. With 10, it would be 12, used up. So 6 and 16, one case we have found. The other case would, of course, be, see, A and 22 minus A we are working with, no? The other case would be 16 and 6 here. 16 and 6 here. So therefore, because these two cells are two consecutive numbers, it will either be 7 here or it will be 17 here. Correspondingly, it will either be 17 here or 7 here. Now for Q and Q plus 1, if it is 6, 7, 8, 21 is already used up. We need 39. 39 in two consecutive numbers will be given by 19 and 20. 19 and 20. If we are using up 16, 17 and 8, 33 plus 8 is 41. 41 minus 60 minus 41 is 19. Two consecutive numbers I can break it up into is 9 and 10. And given that the only remaining cells are in the fourth reading row, the cases here would be 9 and 19 and 10 and 20. You can also go ahead and use the numbers that are given for machine 1 and machine 2. We have all possible cases listed out. Let's look at the individual questions. What's the summation of values of the second and the fourth reading for machine 2? Second and the fourth reading for machine 2 are 17 and 7. In which order we don't know, but their sum we can clearly state as 24. Next question is, what is the highest difference between the largest and the smallest reading for any specific machine? Now, when you look at each of these machines, hopefully you can see the lowest reading is always in the first one and the highest machine reading is always in the last one. So the difference for machine 1 is 20, the difference for machine 2 is 20, the difference for machine 3 is 20, the difference for machine 4 is still 20, the difference for machine 5 is still 20. So when the question is asking me what is the highest difference between the largest and the smallest reading for any specific machine, the answer is 20. Question 3. What is the value of? Hopefully we know this symbology. If at all this question comes in actual CAT, they will not give you this symbology because this symbology is not something that you're expected to know. This is used in statistics, not in CAT. So this is not something you're expected to know, but hopefully for n starting from 1 going up till 5, for n lying in the range 1 to 5 inclusive, we have to look at the nth reading of the nth machine. So we have to look at the first reading of the first machine,
the second reading of the second machine, the third reading of the third machine, the fourth reading of the fourth machine, and the fifth reading of the fifth machine. Now, what I expect you to engage in is something very, very simple. Can you see there will be two cases? There will be two cases. What will be the difference in sum of those two cases? I go 10 up here and I go 10 up here. The difference in sum of those two cases is going to be 20. And therefore, the difference in average in those two cases is going to be 4. In which of the options are we getting the difference of averages as 4? This is the only one. So therefore, this should be the answer. Of course, the simpler way also, the straightforward way also exists. 1 plus 7 plus 13 plus 9 plus 5. So this will add up to 8 plus 13, 21. 21 plus 9 is 30. 30 plus 5 is 35. So 35 by 5, I get 7. Now in the subsequent working, it would be 1 plus 17 plus 13 plus 19 plus 5. Summation would be 55. 55 by 5 is equal to 11. In which case, we will go on to mark 7 or 11. Or in case you are lazy like me, you could have seen, because the difference in summation is 20, the difference in average would be 4. There's just one option had difference in average of 4. Question 4. What is the difference between the first reading of machine 4 and fifth reading of machine 2? First reading of machine 4 is 24. Fifth reading of machine 2 is 22. So the difference between them is 2. How many readings for machine 1 can be uniquely determined? Number of readings for machine 1 that can be uniquely determined are the first, third, and the fifth reading, or 3 readings in total. So option B. And last question is, what is the fourth reading for machine 5? Fourth reading for machine 5. So this cell is being asked of, which is 10 or 20. So answer to this question will be option D, and that is the entirety of this set. Let's look at set 2. Trucks in Port Arthur have one of the following 6 colors: white, red, blue, magenta, purple, and cyan. A total of 50 trucks have been registered in the RTO offices in each of the 6 suburbs of the city. The 6 suburbs are S1, S2, S3, S4, S5, and S6. There is at least one truck of each color in each of the 6 suburbs. Okay. The two different agencies named A1 and A2 noted the number of trucks having different colors in each suburb. However, each agency accurately noted the color with only 3 colors out of the 6. And if the truck belonged to any of the remaining 3 colors, the color noted by the agency is incorrect. What that translates into is, let's say we've got agency A1. If A1 is correctly noting down the color for white, so if you give them a white truck, they will count it as white. But if it is, this is when it is correct. But if A1 was incorrectly noting down cyan, so if you give them a truck of color cyan, they will note it either as white or as red or as blue or as magenta or as purple, but they will definitely not record it as cyan. They will definitely not record it as cyan, because the question says the color noted by the agency is incorrect. Okay. So effectively what we can draw from here is whatever color is given, or maybe it would be best understood after the next line. It is known that the agency A1 accurately noted the trucks with color white, red, and blue. So A1, the number of trucks in different suburbs noted by A1, white, red, and blue, these numbers are of relevance to us, because magenta, purple, and cyan, they were anyway recording it incorrectly. These are useless numbers. And agency A2 accurately noted the trucks with colors magenta, purple, and cyan. Magenta, purple, and cyan. So 2 follow-up thoughts that you need to have is, 1, the count of white trucks that you're getting from this graph, the count of white trucks that you're getting from this graph, this could either be the precise number of white trucks, or this is an inflated count because of the incorrect color trucks being branded as white. The white truck is correctly branded as white, but the colors in which they are not proficient at identifying, they could also have been branded as white. So for A1, the only information that we will record is white, red, and blue. And for A2, the only information we will record is magenta, purple, and cyan. Additionally, whenever you're dealing with a graph, whether it be a pie chart or a bar chart or a line chart, a good way to proceed is recording all the information in the form of a table, which I have gone and done here. Once these tables are made, these graphs have no longer the pull for us to work with. So now in S1, we have 12 white, we have 8 red, and we have 8 blue. In S2, we have 6 white, 10 red, and 7 blue. I have confirmed the numbers earlier also. Now the additional information that we need to know is this line here. A total of 50 trucks have been registered in the RTO offices in each of the 6 suburbs of the city. If a total of 50 trucks have been registered, pay attention. For S1, you have 28 trucks mentioned here. You have 38 trucks mentioned here. Can you see? Or let me not do it in the set theory form. Can you see? The summation here and here should ideally be 50 only. Right now we have a surplus of 8. It will be on account of some trucks being recorded incorrectly. So the best case, the maximum possible case when all white, the maximum count of trucks that are actually white, that are actually red, and that are actually blue would be 28 here. But when you have 28 trucks here, you would only have 22 trucks here, because 28 plus 22, the summation has to be 50. Conversely, if you want, sorry, I am so sorry. This 22 I've recorded in the wrong cell, not here. When I have maximum possible number of white, red, and blue, for purple, cyan, and magenta, I will have the minimum possible case. And when I have maximum possible number of vehicles as magenta, purple, and cyan, I would have the minimum possible case for white, red, and blue, which will turn to 20. Basically, what you would need to do in order to identify these numbers, the max case is going to be the numbers that you're getting as total itself. 23, 26, 18, 28, and 24. Here it would be 30, 32, 32, 28, and 28. But for the min case, what you need to do is you need to add up these two numbers and see by how much is it exceeding 50. For S2, it is exceeding 50 by 3. So 3 can be correctly allocated to the bottom or correctly allocated to the top. The min case here will be 20. The min case here will be 27. Now 32 and 26 adds up to 58. 8 extra have to be allocated. It will go 18 or 24. 32 and 18 add up to exactly 50, which means even the min case here is 18 and 32 only. 28 and 28 add up to 56. So 6 lower than this, 22 here and 22 here. 28 and 24 add up to 52. So 2 lower and 2 lower. We have all the counts of maximum possible case of white, red, and blue and minimum possible total of white, red, and blue. Let's get to individual questions. What is the sum of the number of magenta, purple, and cyan colored cars in S4? In S4, the maximum possible count of magenta, purple, and cyan colored cars is 32. The minimum possible case is also 32, which would mean the count is exactly 32. The answer to question number 7 will be option B, 32. What can be the minimum number of white colored trucks in 6 suburbs together? If we need minimum number of white colored trucks, what I would want is the total of white, red, and blue to be minimum. So this row is critical to me. While
the summation is minimum, the other two variables that are involved, they should be as high as possible. So for this 20, let the split be 8, 8, and 4 here. For this 20, let the split be 10, 7, and 3 here. For this 18, 12, 4, and 2 here. Here it will necessarily be 6 only. Here for 22, 12, 10, and 0 here, and 9, 7, 16. 16. So 6 here. So 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9. 9 plus 12 is 21. So you might be tempted to mark 21 as the answer, but that would be incorrect because the question had also made this statement. There is at least one truck of each color in each of the 6 suburbs. So this case where S5 has 0 white color trucks, that is not possible. This number here has to be at least 1. So our total count, our min count for white trucks will turn out to be 1 more than 21, which will be precisely 22. Next question, which of the following cannot be the sum of white, red, and blue trucks? Cannot be the sum of white, red, and blue trucks in suburb 2. In suburb 2, the max case is 23, the min case is 20. Any number within this range is acceptable. Anything outside of this is unacceptable. So I've got A 19 outside of that range. So this is unacceptable. This has to be the answer. The last question, if the sum of white, red, and blue colored trucks in suburb 6 is 23. So we are told the sum here is precisely 23. If the sum here is precisely 23, the sum here will be precisely 27. What can be the minimum number of purple colored trucks in S6? I want to minimize the purple colored trucks. If the total is 27, I'd want these two to be as heavy as possible. So 6 and 12 assigned. Minimum possible value that purple colored trucks can take in S6 will be 9. And that is the answer to this question. This is a fairly complicated set with very steady language, but still, of course, can be done. This should go into repository. A, B, C, D, E, and F are 6 small hotels in a tourist destination. Each hotel has a total of 50 rooms. The data on the number of occupied rooms from 1st to 8th of January 2022 in each of the 6 hotels was noted. It was observed that the number of occupied rooms showed a systematic increasing trend in 3 hotels, while it showed a systematic decreasing trend in 2 other hotels. In the remaining hotel, no trend was observed. So we have 3 increasing, 2 decreasing, and 1 random. Up, down, we don't really know. Okay. The data on the occupancy in the hotels was noted on a computer. Now, hopefully, nobody made the mistake. A systematic increasing trend means every subsequent value is larger than the previous value. It does not mean that data points have to be in AP or the data points have to fall down, have to increase by the same margin. Increasing trend means the next value has to be more than the last value. Okay. The data on occupancy of the hotels was noted on a computer. However, while entering the data, the operator made a mistake and swapped the numbers for exactly 3 pairs of days for 5 of the 6 hotels. The English part is important. Out of 8 days, 3 pairs of days, or for 6 days, data recorded is incorrect. And this has happened in 5 of the 6 hotels. While the data for the remaining 6th hotel was accurately entered. Thank God for that. There is at least one hotel for which the data is correct as it is. The following table shows the data entered by the operator. We have this table available to us. Okay. Now, the following points are known. Data point 1. The hotel for which the data was accurately entered
was not the one for which no trend in terms of occupancy was observed. Which means there is one hotel in which either you have an increasing trend or you have a decreasing trend for which data is accurately entered. Can A be that hotel? Down, up? Not really. Can B be that hotel? Up, up, down? No. Can C be that hotel? Down, 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 down. C can potentially be that hotel. Can D be that hotel? Down, up? No. Can E be that hotel? Down, up? No. Can F be that hotel? Down, up? No. So now we know for certain C is one of those hotels in which data is increasing and the data for C has not been swapped around. The data for C has not been swapped around. It is extremely critical for us to understand this part of the question. 5 of the 6 hotels. So for A, B, D, and F, those 5 hotels are identified. Exactly 3 pairs of days ka data has been swapped. Exactly 3 pairs of days ka data has been swapped. Okay. Question 0.2. All 15 pairs of days for which the numbers were swapped. 3 pairs for 5 hotels were distinct. 15 pairs of days for which numbers were swapped. 3 pairs of 5 hotels were distinct. Okay. Don't really know how this is applicable, but fine. Statement 3. Each of the 2 days in each of the 15 pairs of days for which the numbers were swapped is said to be involved in a swap. Okay. So let's say day 1 and day 2 data for hotel A. I'm saying, let's say day 1 and day 2 data for hotel A was swapped. The accurate data should have been 3841, but it has been entered into the database as 4138. The 3 pairs of days that are involved in a swap for each hotel did not have any common day. Okay, so this eases our pain a little. So for hotel 1, if you had day 1 and day 2 swapping, you could not have had day 2 and day 4 swapping after that because of this second line. The 3 pairs of days that are involved in a swap for each hotel did not have any common day. Here, day 2 is common between these swaps, so this cannot happen. It has to necessarily be a distinct one. So maybe day 5 and day 4 are swapping. So let's say day 1, day 2 swapped, day 5, day 4 swapped. Now you cannot have day 5 and day 8 swapping. You cannot possibly have day 5 and day 8 swapping because this and this is common. Can we have day 6 and day 8 swapping? Yes, this is possible. Basically, data, this is a different way of saying data for 6 cells per row. Data for 6 cells per row is incorrect. Or 6 cells per row is incorrect. That means if one of the 3 swaps for a particular hotel contains days M and N, neither of the remaining 2 swaps for that hotel contains M and N again. Okay, we have cleared that. The following table shows the number of times each of the 8 days was involved in a swap. And we have this information about how many times day 1 was involved in a swap, how many times day 2 was involved in a swap, how many times day 3 was involved in a swap. From here, one thing can we know for certain. Look at day 1. Day 1 was involved in 5 swaps, and there are only 5 hotels, which would mean day 1 data for A, B, D, E, and F. For none of these 5 hotels, that day 1 data is accurate right now. For day 2, we can't really infer anything, but for day 1, none of the data points that are currently present in the table are accurate. None of the data points that are currently present in the table are accurate. That much we can say. Okay. Now we know there were supposed to be 3 hotels with increasing data points, 2 hotels with decreasing data points and 1 randomized where it can go up or down. We don't really know. We know C is one of those increasing ones. C is one of those increasing ones that is uniquely determined. So our next step has to be to identify about the remaining 5 hotels, whether they have increasing trend or decreasing trend. And how to check that would be, you write down all the numbers. You write down all the numbers in ascending order or in descending order, and then see if this condition, the 3 pairs of days that are involved in a swap for each hotel, did not have a common day, that condition is being met. So how that would happen is as follows. I have written it down in a huge table and prepared it beforehand, because you watching me write down numbers would not be ideal. For hotel A, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 6. We have the actual data here in the top row. If the trend was increasing, see 30 and 41. Are they swapping places with each other? Yes. 32 and 38. Are they swapping places with each other? Yes. 35 and 49. Are they swapping places with each other? Yes. And 44 and 67 are maintaining their place. So there are precisely 3 swaps happening for 3 different pairs, and 2 values are retaining their original location. So this is an acceptable case right now. But it could also be decreasing. Let us check that. 41 and 49 are now we have to check this row and this row. 41 and 49. So is 49 being replaced by 41? Not really. So 49 is not swapping with its place, which means the swap has not happened appropriately. A is not decreasing, A is definitely increasing. This case is identified for A. A is definitely increasing. So far, in the increasing group, we have C and A. In the decreasing group, there is space for one more. In the decreasing group, there are supposed to be 2. And for the random group, there is supposed to be 1. I think C was decreasing. C is not increasing. So far, I've been calling it increasing. C is clearly decreasing. It is the decreasing, which would mean I need to get to this spot. A is identified as increasing. C is identified as decreasing. The other blank is open. The random one is open. Let us look at B. Are 37, 34, 34, 37 should have happened. No, the swapping is not happening appropriately here. 37, 50, 50, 37. The swapping has not happened appropriately. The swapping has happened very randomly here, which would also mean the data for B is not increasing. The data for B is not decreasing. So data for B has to be randomized one. There is no trend here. B is here. Let us look at D. 44, 28. 28, 44. No, the data is not increasing. 44, 50. 50, 44. So yes, this swap has taken place. 32, 45. 45, 32. Yes, this swap has taken place. 28, 42. 42, 28. Yes, this swap has taken place, which would mean 39, 35 have retained their position. This is definitely decreasing, which means the 2 decreasing trends were for Hotel C and Hotel D that we have identified. The randomized trend was for B. So increasing should be for E and F. For peace of mind, we will also check it very, very quickly. 33, 32. Yes. 37, 36. Yes. 42, 39. Yes. And these two remain fixed to their original position. This is fine. So this is not decreasing, this is increasing. Let us look at F. 48, 26. 26, 48. 30, 30 maintained. 32, 32 maintained. 39, 36. So yes. And 44, 42. So yes. I'm using symbology simply to identify which spot has swapped with what spot. What spot. Okay. So now I have precise information about what are the accurate data points that should have been there. Let me record that in the final table. It will be 30, 32, 35, 38, 41, 44, 47, and 49 had swapped with D5. D2 had swapped with D4, and D3 had swapped with D8. Similarly, for B, we would have to capture B. Can we capture right now? Not really. We know the data for B was muddled up, but we cannot capture it right now appropriately. We will see. For C, the data given was the accurate one. So all I have to do is record it from the original table. So 48, 45, 43, 40, 38, 33, 31, and 25. For D, it was a decreasing one. So we had 50, 45, 44, 42, 39, 35, 32, and 28. Tick and tick, cross and cross, and circle and circle. For E, 32, 33, 36, 37, 39, 42, 46, 50. This is the best hotel because everything was, oopsie, I have made a mistake. Not 46 remains the same. This is 38. This was 31. 31, 42 and 39 here. 37 and 36 and 32 and 33. Similarly for F, we would have to record 26, 30, 32, 36, 39, 42, 44, and 48. Tick and a tick. 36 is how many times? 36 was swapping with 39. So cross and a cross. And for D6, we had circle and a circle. Okay. Now, the additional information we have, the swaps that are happening in day 1 are 5. We have a swap happening here for certain. So while I will record the data for B here, I know that this is inaccurate. Some swap is happening here. For day 2, swaps that are supposed to happen are 4, but so far only 3 swaps are recorded for A and D and E. So the information for B on day 2 also will be swapped. With what place, I don't know. This is not accurate. For day 3 again, we were supposed to have 4 swaps. Only 3 have been recorded so far. So whatever data is there for B, this is definitely getting swapped. 49 is not accurate. For Day 4, we're supposed to have 5 swaps. So whatever data we are getting for B is not accurate. It definitely would have been changed. For D5, we're supposed to get 3 swaps. If we're supposed to get 3 swaps and we already have got 3 swaps, then can I say the data for B here is guaranteed to be correct? This 45 is absolutely correct. Now next we have 44, 34 and 50. Here 3 swaps, 3 swaps, 3 swaps. Can you see this will definitely get swapped? This will definitely get swapped. But this 50 will remain as it is because the 3 swaps for D8, are already recorded. So now for B, especially for hotel B, D1, D2, D3, D4, D6, and D7. These data points are getting swapped. With which other data point we don't know, they are getting swapped. But 45 and 50, these are precise data points that we are confident that they will definitely be here. But the other ones we don't really know. For A, C, D, E, and F, for the remaining 5 hotels, we know precisely on which day how many bookings had taken place there. Let us get to individual questions. First, for which hotel was the data recorded accurately? Hotel C. Hopefully, you can also see this. For this answer, we did not really need a lot of the subsequent processing. We had already identified the hotel for which data was recorded accurately long ago here. From that itself, we can reach the answer to question number 11. For question number 12, which 3 pairs of days were involved in swap for hotel D? For hotel D, the swaps were available for day 1 and day 3. Okay. Day 1 and day 3 is a pair is only present here. So this will be the answer. It was definitely determinable. It was not 1 and 2. It was not 1 and 4. So option has to be day 1 and day 3 based option 1. Which 3 pairs of days were involved in swap for hotel B? Again, data for hotel B. We know that these 6 days are getting swapped, but with what other day, we don't really know. So the answer to question number 13 has to be cannot be determined. Question 14. What was the sum of the number of rooms occupied over the given period in a hotel for which the data was accurately recorded? Basically, what they're asking for is what is the sum of row C? If we have to add up the numbers for sum of row C, this is plus 3, this is plus 5, this is plus 8, minus 2, minus 7, minus 9, minus 15, cancel, minus 1. So 9, 7, 1, minus 17, 320, minus 17. Answer should be 303. Answer to question number 14 will be option B. Okay. Next question. What was the actual sum of the rooms occupied on day 3 in 5 of the 6 hotels which showed some trend? Okay. So sum of number of rooms occupied on day 3 in 5 of the 6 hotels which showed some trend. So basically they're saying exclude B and tell me summation of these numbers. If we are looking for summation of these numbers again, we will use 40 as the assumed mean. So minus 5 plus 7 minus 8 minus 4. Minus 8 is minus 1, minus 4, minus 5. So minus 10. 40 into 6. Sorry, 40 into 5 minus 10. The answer to question number 15 should be 190. Last question is, what was the sum of the number of rooms occupied over 8 days in a room that did not show any trend of the numbers for the occupancy of the rooms? So basically they're asking, give me the summation of row B. They're simply asking me for summation of row B. Again, my best bet is this time it seems like taking 40 would not be that useful, but okay, let's see. -6, -2. Not good. -3, -2. So cancel, cancel, cancel. They give me 120. Now -16, sorry, -6 +3. So I've got 3 + 1 + 4, 8, 8 + 10, 18. 40 into 8 + 18. 320 + 18. So the summation here should be 338, and that is the entirety of this set. It requires a lot of time for recording, and again the language here is slightly challenging. The 3 pairs of days that are involved in a swap and everything, that will require effort from your end to completely capture that. In an exam, my personal recommendation would be, even if you know how to proceed, skip this, because this takes a lot of time to capture all the pieces effectively. Here I have an advantage with all the tables made up beforehand. Still it is taking me so much time. So when you are attempting it for the first time yourself, it is going to be a challenge to record all the information effectively. That will be all for this set. Set 4. 12 students from 3 schools participated in Bonvita quiz contest and were seated in 4 rows and 3 columns facing north. Each row had 3 seats and each column had 4 seats. Okay. Each student was assigned a distinct number from 1 to 12. Okay. The setup that we have is something like this. Four rows, 3 columns, something like this. And every student was assigned a distinct number from 1 to 12. 3 students were from BNVB school, 3 students were from GEA school, and the remaining 6 students were from DAVB school. Okay. By this time, even when you read through this much, you would identify this is an arrangement ka kahani. This is the sort of setup that you have to capture. Let us start working. Let us start recording information here accordingly. So far, critical pieces of information are: every student was assigned a number, distinct number from 1 to 12. 3 were from BNVB, 3 were from GEA, and the remaining 6 students are from DAVB. DAVB has the maximum population available. Okay. Ken, Diana, and Gary were from BNVB. Right now, the first thing that comes to my head is their names all start with distinct letters. I hope that is true for all students. Quickly, I will go through all the names. Ken, Diana, Gary, Jen, Ken, Henry, Ken, Fabi, Gary, Jen, Fabi, Jen, Fabi, Ben, Alan, Lauren, Carol, Emily, Ivy. Okay. All the kids have their names starting with a distinct letters. I am happy. And the largest letter is Lauren, L. So one wonderful. B and VB, I know. Ken, Diana, Gary. Ken, Diana, Gary are from B and VB. Okay. Diana was not in the first column. Can I say Diana? No. Each column had exactly one student from BNVB. Okay. Diana would be in either column 2 or 3, and the remaining 2, Ken and Gary, would be in the remaining 2 columns. The student sitting in second column of the first row was assigned number 1. Second column of first row was assigned number 1. 1 ho bhaiya. The student sitting in the first column of the second row was assigned number 3. Okay, you are 3. Cool. This is done. This is done. The students who were assigned number 8 and 9 were sitting in the same row. Could not be row 1. ये लिख सकते बस यहाँ पे. अच्छा नहीं, could be in the row 1. Consecutive seats थोड़ी बोला है. 8 और 9 यहाँ पे, 8 9 यहाँ पे. We cannot really tick off 5 right now. Complete नहीं कर सकते. Statement 6. All the students from GA school sat in the 4th row and were assigned numbers 10, 11, and 12 from left to right. Okay, so this is 10, this is 11, and this is 12, and they are all from GEA, GEA, and GEA. Okay. Jen, Ken, and Henry were seated along one of the two diagonals made by the first three rows. They were either in this cell, this cell, this cell, or they were in this cell, this cell, this cell. Jen, Ken, and Henry were seated along one of the two diagonals made by the first three rows. The same holds true for Ken, Fabi, and Gary. So when you look at it, इस डायगोनल पे तीन लोग बैठे, इस डायगोनल पे तीन लोग बैठे, यहाँ पे column 2 row 2 में the person who's sitting in row 2 column 2, that person is getting used in both these diagonals. So let's look at a person who is common to both these groupings. The person common to both these groupings is Ken. So Ken is sitting here. Do we know anything about Ken? Yes, he is from BNVB school. If Ken is from BNVB school and Diana doesn't come in the first column, and we know that each column had exactly one student from BNVB school, we know Diana is definitely here. Now, Diana, can she be in row 1? No, it has to be occupied by one of Fabi or Gary or Jen or Henry because it lies on the diagonal. Can she be in row 3? No, again, it has to be occupied by Jen or Henry or Fabi or Gary. So Diana will necessarily be, with Diana, will necessarily be in row 2 of column 3. Diana is also set. DNVB. Okay. Next thing we are told is also Jen and Fabi are not seated in the first row. If Jen and Fabi are not seated in the first row, see, Jen is from this first grouping and Fabi is from this grouping. Can I say for certain Jen and Fabi are in the third row? Jen and Fabi are in the third row. Now, if Jen and Fabi are in the third row, we also know people in the first row. People in the first row will necessarily be Gary and Henry. Now, I know Gary has to be in column 1 because he is the third kid from BNVB. So, Gary has to be from in column 1 and it has to be in row 1. So, we know the precise location of Gary. Gary is definitely here. We know Ken, Fabi, and Gary were in a diagonal. Gary is here, Ken is here. So Fabi will go here. Oh, one more important thing. Gary is from BNVB. This is also recorded. Fabi is here. If Fabi is here, I also know Jen is here. Jen is here. Okay. Oh, additionally, I have the 3 kids from BNVB identified. I know the 3 spots where the GEA kids are sitting. So I can happily say Fabi has to be a DAVB kid. Whoever is sitting here has to be a DAVB kid. Jen is a DAVB kid. Whoever is sitting here is a DAVB kid. Row 1, column 2 is a DAVB kid. And here also we have DAVB kid. Additionally, Diana, row 1, column 3 has to be occupied by Henry because Jen, Ken, and Henry were sitting in a diagonal. So this is Henry. This is also occupied. So we have one last piece of information left in point 7. The number assigned to Jen. The number assigned to Jen was greater than the number assigned to Fabi. Okay. This we have got. Now we have compiled this entirely. 8 and 9 can still go at multiple places. Each column had exactly one student from BNVB school has been taken care of. Ken, Diana, and Gary are from BNVB school, and Diana was not sitting in the first column. So many things have been taken care of. Only 5 is left. Let's go to 8. The number assigned to students sitting in the third column of the first row is twice of that assigned to the student sitting in the third column of the second row. And the sum of these two numbers was assigned to the student sitting in the third column of the third row. So see, if Diana had number y, Henry will have 2y, and 2y and y will add up to the number present with Fabi. Okay. 2y and y, what will end up with Fabi is 3y. Okay. So now see, the numbers assigned to kids were 1 to 12. 1 to 12. The number with Fabi has to be a multiple of 3. Can Fabi have 3? No, 1 is present with some other kid. So Diana and that other kid in row 1, column 2 cannot have 1 simultaneously. Can Fabi have 6? Possibly. 2, 4, 6 is possible. Can Fabi have 9? Not really. Diana would have the same number as the kid who's sitting in row 2, column 1. Can Fabi have 12? Not possible because row 4, column 3, GA kid has 12. So Fabi cannot get 12, cannot get 9, cannot get 3. The only possible number that Fabi can get is 6. So this is 6, this is 2, and this is 4. Okay. You have taken care of these pieces of information as well. Next. The sum of the numbers assigned to the student sitting in the first column is same as that in the second column. So sum in this column and sum in this column is identical. First, let's see sum of the numbers assigned to numbers given out to kids overall is going to be 12 into 13 divided by 2, or this is 78. For column 3, because we have identified all numbers, 14 plus 10, 24. The sum here is 24. For column 3 is 24. Can I say sum of numbers allocated in column 1 and column 2 adds up to 54 because they are equal? Those totals have to be 27 each. If those totals have to be 27 each, look at Jen and Gary. Look at Jen and Gary. We know just this piece of information. Jen is greater than Fabi. Jen and Gary have to add up to 14. Jen and Gary have to add up to 14. And Jen is greater than 6. Can Jen be 7? No, Gary and Jen both would become 7. Can Jen be 8? No, Jen and Fabi, sorry, Jen is, if Jen is 8, Gary would be 6, Fabi is also 6, not possible. Can Jen be 9? If Jen is 9, Gary would have to be 5. 9 and 5 are not used up so far, that works. Can Jen be 10? No, then Gary would be 4 and Henry is already 4. Can Jen be 11? No, Gary and the kid who's sitting in row 2, column 1 would end up with 3 both. That is not possible. Can Jen be 12? If Jen is 12, Diana already has 2. Gary would also get 2. So no other case is possible apart from Jen getting 9 here and Gary getting 5 here. Okay. We also remember from point 5, the students who were assigned number 8 and 9 were sitting in the same row. If I've got 9 here, this other number here should be 8. And now, if you notice, all numbers have been allocated except one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The only number left to be allocated is 7. You could also do it this way. You add up the numbers. 11 plus 8 plus 1 is 20. 27 minus 20 is 7. Either case, you get your number for Ken. Work is done. Last point, Ben, Alan, and Lauren were from GEA school. Ben, Alan, Lauren, Ben, Alan, Lauren, Ben, Alan, Lauren. Other 3 students were Carol, Emily, Ivy. Carol, Emily, Ivy, Carol, Emily, Ivy, Carol, Emily, Ivy. Our entire table, to the extent that we could fill it, is done. Let's get to individual questions. Which number was assigned to Jen? Jen got the number 9. What the difference between the number assigned to Gary and Henry? Gary has 5, Henry has 4. The difference between the numbers assigned to Gary and Henry is 1. Which of the following statements cannot be true? We check in reverse. Carol and Emily were seated in the same row. Carol and Emily are either going in row 1, column 2, or row 2, column 1, or row 3, column 2. Can you see Carol and Emily, regardless of where you place them, both of them cannot be in the same row? So when they say which of the following statements cannot be true, Carol and Emily were seated in the same row, this is definitely false. Answer to this question is option D. Last question, what was the sum of the numbers assigned to the students of DAVB school? Okay. Numbers assigned to DAVB school were 1, 3, sorry, there is also a 4 here. 1, 3, 2, 4, 9, 8, 6. How many? Acha, 2 is not assigned to them. 1, 4, 3, 9, 8, 6. 1, 4, 3, 6, 8, 9. Okay. I have to add up these numbers. These two add up to 10. These two add up to 10. These two add up to 11. So altogether, I'm getting 31, which should be the answer to the last question of this set. Fairly straightforward. Simply recording information in an appropriate manner is more than enough for us to reach the answer here. Let's look at this set. Adarsh, Bharat, Chandan, Daksh, Edhas, Falak, Gopal, and Hansraj were 8 management trainees in a company. They worked in pairs on 3 projects: digital marketing, data management, or budgeting and cost control. Each pair of management trainees worked on exactly one project for one day. Given that there are 8 people, each pair basically translates into there are going to be 8C2 or 28 pairs. And each pair of management trainees worked on exactly one project for only one day. Okay. Each management trainee worked on each project for a minimum of one day. Everyone has worked on a project for a minimum of one day and a maximum of 4 days. Okay. Now see, inherent in this, can you see? Let's look at others. How many pairs can he make? He can make 7 pairs only: A with B, A with C, A with D, A with E, A with F, A with G, and A with H. If we have been told he's working with on every project, if he's working on every project for at least one day, the best he can do is one or on a maximum of 4 days. The possible distributions are going to be 1, 3, 3, 1, 2, 4, 2, 2, 3 are and yeah, these are the only 3 distributions that are possible. These are the only 3 distributions that are possible. Either you will work 1, 3, 3 or 1, 2, 4 or 2, 2, 3. You cannot possibly have 1, 1, 5 because nobody is working like that. You cannot possibly have any other arrangement. This you should have caught on immediately. Between the 3 projects, I don't know the order in which it comes, but between the 3 projects, everybody is going to work in some distribution of this only. Okay. Each management trainee worked with every other trainee. Okay. So that makes it nicer. 28 pairs. Partial information about the number of days each of the management trainees worked on digital marketing and data management and budgeting and cost control is given in the table below. We have this table. Now let's see. Adarsh is working for 3 days on digital marketing, 1 day on budgeting and cost control. He has to work on 7 days. He has to work on 7 days. So number of days that he worked in data management will necessarily be 3. For Bharat, we cannot make any such inference because no number is present. For Chandan, we cannot make such inference because 2 is present. So this is either 1, 2, 4 or 2, 2, 3. We don't know. For Daksh, it could be 3, 3, 1 or 2, 2, 3. We don't know. For Edhas, it could be 1, 3, 3, 1, 2, 4. We don't know. Similarly, for Falak, we don't know. But for Gopal, we know if this is 2, this is 3. This has to necessarily be 2. And Hansraj, we know nothing. At this time, we only know Adarsh, how many days is he working on different projects, and Gopal, how many days is he working on different projects. Okay. Now, The first point is Adarsh, Bharat, Chandan, and Daksh mutually worked on digital marketing. What this statement means is Adarsh worked with Bharat and Chandan and Daksh on digital marketing. So Bharat and Chandan and Daksh, Adarsh work with BCD on digital marketing. And if Adarsh is working with them, of course, they are also working with Adarsh. And because this entire group of four is mentioned here, apart from the original person, you can happily record the other three here. You will have A, C, D here. You will have A, B, D here. And you will have A, B, C here. After recording this, also see the three people with whom Adarsh is working in digital marketing is fixed. The three people are identified. So this cell is complete. Similarly, the three people that Daksh is working with is identified. So this group is complete. After every cell is complete, you can no longer add numbers to it. Put a tick mark there, and that keeps your recording on track. Okay, we know these many people can come here. Next point, Adarsh, Daksh, Falak, and Hansraj each worked on budgeting and cost control with Adhas. Okay, so Adarsh, Daksh, Falak, and Hansraj. Four people have worked. Now, we know that four is the max case. So here, four people have worked. This group is complete. Additionally, if Adhas has worked with Adarsh, Adarsh would have worked with Adhas. Daksh would have worked with Adhas. Falak would have worked with Adhas. And Hansraj would have worked with Adhas. Additionally, for Adhas, he is working with two people in digital marketing because once four is identified, 214, the order we know for certain. Okay, the second point is also recorded. Third, Chandan, Gopal, and Hansraj mutually worked on data management. Chandan, Gopal, and Hansraj. So Chandan worked with Gopal and Hansraj. Gopal worked with Chandan and Hansraj worked with Chandan and Gopal. Sorry, yeah, Chandan and Gopal. Right now, we are also done with this. This cell is also complete. We have all the numbers or people who can potentially go into this grouping have been recorded. Okay. Chandan, Gopal, Hansraj mutually worked on data management. Okay, this is recorded. For others also, one wonderful thing you can see, BCD is assigned, E is assigned, he's supposed to work with everyone else. So the remaining people will necessarily come here. So for others, B, C, D, E. So F, G, and H, cell is complete. A, and A. As soon as we reach this point, can you see the three people here are complete? And because I have CGA here, I have 3 here. This will necessarily be 1. Only 3, 3, 1 can happen. 3, 4 is not possible. So this is also done and this is also done. Okay, these many people and ranges we are identifying. Okay. I'm looking at Adhas. Can you see this one person with whom he's working on data management? Can it be A? No. With him, he's working on budget and cost control. Can it be B? Possibly. Can it be C? Possibly. Can it be D? No. Can it be F? No. Can it be G? No. So this is B or C. At this time, we know for Adhas. Wherever there is one, okay, this cell is also complete. Wherever there is one, it is fairly easy to identify how many people can potentially come there. But because it is not certain, we will shy away from it right now. Fourth point, every trainee who worked with Adarsh on budgeting and cost control worked with Bharat on data management. And every trainee who worked with Bharat on data management worked with Adarsh on budgeting and cost control. Essentially, what they're saying is this group here and this group here is identical. So E comes here, and this is complete. E comes here, and this is complete. Only one person here. If E comes here with Adhas, B is here. This is complete. As soon as this is complete, for Adhas, I have A, B, C is left. If C is here, Adhas is also here. As soon as I get 4 here, this is also 1. Okay, I have A, B, C, D, E left. E is himself. So F, G. So G left. So G goes here. Also, this cell is also complete. This cell is also complete. A, B, C is himself. D, E, F. Only F is left. So F goes here. And then C goes here. And this is complete. Okay. Wonderfully well done so far. Next line is we are done with only statement 4 so far. Statement height. Every trainee who worked with Bharat on budgeting and cost and control worked with others on data management. And every trainee who worked with others on data management worked with Bharat on budgeting and cost control. So they're essentially saying this group here and this group here have to be identical. So I can place F, G, H here, 3 people. This is fixed. 3 people here. This is fixed. So much is, oh, I have made a terrible mistake here. How is Gopal pairing up with G? Gopal cannot be pairing up with G. It has to be E. It has to be E. Okay. It has to be E. So E has got 2 groupings. Yes. Everything is fine. Okay. Let's see. Now, the good people for us are people for whom we have the sure number, but we don't have the person with whom they're pairing up. So let's look at, or who is the best person to look at right now? I think this Gopal 2 person is the best one. Can it be A? No. Can it be B? No. Can it be C? No. Can it be D? No. Can it be E? Already recorded. Can it be F? Possibly. Can it be H? No, because with H, he is grouping up in data management. So this has to be F and this has to be G. This is also complete. If this is complete, I have A, D is left. So B, oh, FGH was anyway here. So FGH, B, B, and B. This group is complete. Okay, so Gopal, what is left? A, B, C, D is left. So D is here. If D is here, then G is here. This is also complete. Now see, for Daksh, I already have a 3 and I have got a 2. Okay, I can't go. It could be 3, 3, 1 also. We don't know. We will see. For Hansraj, the third person in budgeting and control. Can it be A? No. Can it be B? No. Can it be C? No. The only person it can be is D. The only person it can be is D because all the rest of the people are already fixed. So this has to be D. This has to be H. So this is 3. This is fixed. This is fixed. There is one person left here. If there is one person left here, it has to be with Falak. If there is one person left here, it has to be with Falak because everybody else is fixed. So this is with Falak. This is with Daksh. And 2 people are done. 1 people is done. Now for Hansraj, the one person, the only person it can be is with Falak. Sorry. So this is Hansraj 2 done. And Falak Hansraj 1F done. We have our entire table made. Who is working with whom on what project? We can get to individual questions. First, who worked with Hansraj on digital marketing? He's working with Falak, so option B. How many days did Daksh work on budgeting and control? Daksh on budgeting and control worked for 3 days. Okay. Which of the pairs worked on the same project? Adarsh and Hansraj. Adarsh and Hansraj are working on project 2. I'm calling it 1, 2, and 3 for easier recording. Edhas and Gopal worked on project 1. So no, this cannot be the answer. Daksh and Gopal is for project 3. Bharat and Edhas is on project 2. This is not good. Adarsh and Gopal is for project 2. Bharat and Chandan is for project 1. This is not possible. So option D has to be the answer. But let's check for the sake of point. Chandan and Edhas, first project. Falak and Gopal, first project. So option D is the answer to question number 3. Next question. Who worked with Falak on data management? Fallock on data management, A and D worked. So option A. Next question, if one working day is equal to the work done by a pair of management trainees on one project, then what was the total number of working days on all the three projects put together? The total number of working days on all the three projects put together will necessarily be 28, because even if you on every day one pair is working on everything, so it has to be 28 days only they worked on 28 pairs, so 28 days. Yo. Next, on which project did Edhas work with Chandan and Daksha respectively? Edhas with Chandan is 1, which is digital marketing, and Daksh is 3, so budgeting and cost control. Digital marketing and cost control. Okay. So option B, on which projects did Chandan work with Chandan, Edhas work with Chandan and Daksha respectively? Digital marketing, budgeting and cost control. I think that should be all. That is the entirety of this set. The VXL Skill Development and Placement Institute has several courses for aspirants to help them get ready for jobs in private as well as public sector companies. All students that enroll at the institute have to attend the spoken English class by default. There are 4 other courses, namely quantitative aptitude, reasoning, general awareness, and computer science. 10% of the aspirants do not take any of these 4 courses. So basically, what the question is talking of is the spoken English class registrations, the spoken English class entrants or students. This is basically the universal set. Everybody is definitely in the spoken English class. And then there are 4 additional subjects within which people might choose 1 more or 2 more or 3 more or 4 more. Okay. So basically by now, I hope you have realized this is a set theory question. You have to make a Venn diagram. Let's start by making a 4 set Venn diagram. So it will be something like this. Mushroom, mushroom, room, room, QA, reasoning, GA, and computer science. Okay, let's see. First point, all the 4 courses are taken by 100 students. This is the region with all the 4 students done, which is equal to the number of students taking QA, reasoning, and computer science only. So these 3, QA, reasoning, and computer science only. So another 100 slapped on here. The number of students taking each of the other combinations of 3 courses is 75. So 75, 75, and 75. Okay. This point is taken care of. The total number of students taking reasoning and exactly one other course is 150, such that the number of students are equal for each of the 3 combinations. The 3 combinations they're talking of are these: reasoning with QA, reasoning with GA, and reasoning with computer science. These 3 combinations, if they are equal and they add up to 150, each of them should be 50 each. Okay. The total number of students taking reasoning is 600. Okay. If reasoning is 600, let's add it up. I have 50 and 50, 100, 100 and 100, 300, 75 and 75, 150. So 450 plus 50. So 500 people within reasoning have already been accounted for. So this grouping here should be 100. Okay, we've also taken care of the second point. Let's get to the third one. The number of students taking general awareness along with quantitative aptitude is, quantitative aptitude only is 30. General awareness along with quantitative aptitude only is 30. And the same number of students take general awareness along with computer science only. So this is also 30. Point 3 is done. Point 4, the total number of students taking general awareness is 500, which is equal to the total number of students taking quantitative aptitude. Okay. So if this is 500, okay, I now understand what I made as an error here. Let's see. This is 500. First, let me see. 75, 75, 75, 225. 225 plus 100 is 325. 325 plus 50 is 375. 375 plus 30 is 405. 405 plus 30 is 405 plus 30 is 35, total is 500. So this should be 65. And this 500, QA is also totaling up to 500. Okay, this much we know. Also, 30 students take computer science course only. So 30 people are here. Now the last point, the number of students taking only quantitative aptitude is 40% of the total number of students taking only computer science and quantitative aptitude. So this number here is 40% of this number. So let me say this is 5x, this is 2x. Okay. We know that this has to add up to 500. So let's see 75, 75, 150, 150 plus 50 is 200, 200 plus 200 is 400, 400 plus 30 is 430. We are left with 70. So this has to be 20. This has to be 50. We have got totals for each set except computer science. Let's go ahead and do that as well. 75, 75, 50 is 200, 200 plus 200 is 400, 400 plus 110. So we have 510 people here. Now, one piece of information or one statement that I like making in classes, the most neglected, the most ignored kid or region is always the external one. We had information about it. 10% of the aspirant do not take any of the 4 courses, which would mean 90% of the people are already mentioned here. Let's look at what the 10% would be first. Let's find out how many people are mentioned here. So I have reasoning as 600. These 2 rows are or columns are entirely taken care of. Let's look at this. This is 175 and this here is 125. So 125, 175 adds up to give me 300. So I have a total of 900 people within these diagrams, and these are 90% of total kids. So there are 100 kids who have not taken any of these 4 courses. We have completed our diagram. Let's get to individual questions. What is the total number of students in the institute? 900 people who have taken one of these courses and 100 students outside who have not taken. So total 1000 people. Next is, if 40% of the students enrolled in computer science and exactly one more course. So which people are being referred to? Let's look at that. Computer science and exactly one more course would be these people. So exactly 40% of this, 50, 50, 30, 130, 40% of that would be 52. Okay. And 31.2% of the students enrolled in reasoning in exactly 2 more courses get DS jobs. Reasoning and exactly 2 more courses would be 75, 75, and 100. So 31.2 by 100 into 250. So we get 5 and 2. So 31.2 into 5 is equal to 156 by 2 is equal to 78. We need the ratio 52 by 78, or we need 2 by 3. So option B, 2 by 3 would work. Next is, what is the total number of students in the institute that take exactly one course other than spoken English? Exactly one course other than spoken English would be these folks. So I have 100, I have 65, I have 30, so 195 plus 20, 215. So option D. Next is, last one, the absolute difference between the number of students taking only 3 courses and only 2 courses is what percent of the total number of students in the institute? Okay. Okay. Only 3 courses is 75, 75, 75, and 100. So 325 people have taken only 3 courses, and only 2 courses is taken by, let's see, these people that I have circled. So I have 50, 50, 30, 130, and 130. So 260. Okay. The difference between these is 40 and 25. The difference is 65. Okay. So I need 65 as a percentage from with total kids. So cancel, 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 cancel. I get my answer as 6.5%, or option C will be the answer here. That will be all for this set. A food processing company has 3 production plants at different places: Agra, Barauni, and Chandigarh. It is so fun that all these plants and every question has every plant has locations in places that are shortened to A, B, and C. No, it is luck, and of course, the question setter's prerogative to give you such information. The first bar graph shows the percentage distribution of total cost incurred during the years 2019 to 2020 to 2021, whereas the second bar graph shows the percentage distribution of revenue earned for the plants during the same years. Now, the question goes on to define for us: profit is equal to revenue minus cost, and profit percentage is equal to revenue minus cost upon cost, whole thing multiplied by 100. So, profit percentage here is very similar to our basic understanding of profit percentage, like we have it in like profit by CP into 100, like we have it in profit loss, the quant topic. Okay, and then we have these graphs. When we have these graphs, we also have additional information available here. So first thing we do is, let's, along with these graphs, let's record. As soon as you look at this, you have information for 2019, 2020, 2021 for 3 companies combined. This is not a good way to represent information. All the data for company A should be combined together, all the data for company B should be combined together, all the data for company C should be combined together. That is how it should be provided to us. So what you should be ideally making are 3 separate tables. The revenue figure, the cost figure, and the profit figure for company A, for company B, and company C. Let's read the information. The total cost incurred in 2020 was 25% more than the cost incurred in 2019, whereas in 2021 it was 100% more than the cost in 2019. Right now, what I'll do is I'll write the cost here is 100. So if it was 25% more in the next year, it is 125. And in the next year, if it was even more, it was 100% more than 2019. The cost here is 200. Remember, these are not absolute actual figures. These are just index numbers. Later on, if I get one precise number, I will change my totals. Next thing is, the company gained a total profit of 20% and 25% in 2020 and 2021 respectively. If 20% profit was gained in 2020, the revenue should have been 150. And if it was 25% in 2021, the revenue should have been 250. Next, the difference in cost incurred by the plants at Barauni and Chandigarh during 2019 was 12 lakh. Okay. So 30% minus 20%, 30% minus 20%, which is 10%, was 12 lakh. So can I go on to say, this is as good as 120, 100 को बढ़ा के 120 किया है. If this is the indexing happening, every number that I have so far, multiply it by 6 by 5. You can go ahead and do it as 12 lakhs also. You can go ahead and do it as 12 lakhs also. So 125 into 6 by 5 will give me 15 lakhs. 200 into 6 by 5 will give me 24 lakhs. 150 into 6 by 5 will give me 18 lakhs. And 250 into 6 by 5 will give me 30 lakhs. We have these precise numbers available with us. Next, whereas the gain from the Agra plant during the same year was 28 lakh. We will take care of this piece of information later. First, basis the information that we have so far. Let's fill up the cells. 12 lakh ka 50%. Cost here is 6 lakh. Sorry, 1 minute. The difference in cost was 12 lakh. Okay, I'm such a huge mistake. 10% was 12 lakh, so 100% should be 120 lakh. This should be 150 lakh. This should be 240 lakh. This should be 180 lakh. This should be 300 lakh. Okay, so 50% of this will be 60. And we are now told profit was 28 lakh. If the profit was 28 lakh, the revenue here should have been 88 lakh. Now 88 lakh is 55% of something. 88 lakh is 11 by 20 of something. So 11 by 20 x is equal to 88. 11 and 8 cancelled. X is equal to 160. The total here is 160. We have the precise totals available for all the years. We can go ahead and fill up things. Ideally, fill up year wise only. So 55, 25 would be 40, 20 would be 32. Now 50 here is 60. So 36. And finally, we get 120 ka 1/4. So 24. Okay. Next year, 180 ka 50. So 90. Then 30 is 54. And 20 is 36. Cost wise, 52% of 150. So 50% is 75. 1% is 1.5. So 2% is 3. 75 plus 3, 78 यहाँ पे. Okay. 30% is not a problem at all. 45. 18%, इसका 1/5 is 30 minus 3 would be 27. 300 का 45%. 300 का 50% is 150. 5% would be 15, तो 135. और मोर इंपॉर्टेंटली हर नंबर को 3 से मल्टीप्लाई करना है. तो 30 इंटू 3 90, 25 इंटू 3 75. यहाँ पे 240 का 40%. सो 24 इंटू 4 96. 24 into 3 72. 24 into 3 72. Let's also write down the profit figures everywhere. Here it will be 39. Okay. 4 and 9 and 18. And here it is 8 and 9 and 3. We have all the information that we need. Let's get to individual questions. What was the revenue in rupees lakh of the Chandigarh plant in 2021? Revenue of Chandigarh plant 75 lakhs. So recorded. What is the average annual cost in rupees lakh incurred by the Agra plant during the given years? We need average of these three numbers. Funnily enough, they are in AP. 60 plus 18 is 78. 78 plus 18 is 96. So average is the middle term. It is 78 only. Next question. The total revenue from the Barauni plant was approximately what percentage more or less than the total revenue from Chandigarh plant during the given time period? Okay. So let's look at the data. Total revenue here is 90 plus 90 plus 4. So 184. And here it is 68 plus 75. 70 plus 73. So 143. So we basically need to calculate 41 by 143. If it had been 42 by 140, this would be equivalent to 30%. Given that the numerator is smaller and the denominator is slightly larger, this will be very close to 30%, but slightly lower than it. Very close to 30%, but slightly lower than it. Among the available choices, the only one that fits is option C. Of course, given that we are doing a cat mock, you would have the option of using the calculator, but wasn't really needed here. Even in IFT, you could have reached the answer because the options were so helpful. Okay, moving on. Next question. What was the ratio of profits of the Chandigarh plant in 2019 and 2021? 8 and 3. So option D. What was the approximate percentage of the total profit of the company during the above mentioned 3 years was from Agra plant? Okay. Let's look at the total profit. In the first year, the total profit was 40. The second year, the total profit was 30. In the third year, the total profit was 60. So total profit is 130. Denominator is 130. From the first group, how much are we getting? 28 plus 12 is 40. 40 plus 39 is 79. Okay. Now again, look at this. Had it been 78 by 130, we would have been certain this is 60%. So the answer that we are seeking has to be slightly minutely greater than 60%. The only one that fits among the option is the first one, and that has to be the answer. Next question. If growth is defined as the percentage increase in profit, then which of the following combinations of plant and year witnessed the maximum growth when compared to the previous year? Barauni 2020. more than 100% growth, that is awesome. Agra 2021, more than 200% growth, even more awesome. So you are out of the running. Barauni 2021, 100% growth, you are not good. Chandigarh 2020, 12.5% growth, you are not good. The answer should be option B, and that is the entirety of this question. Simply making a 3 separate tables recording information for ABC would be sufficient for this set. Let's look at this set. In a class, there are 6 toppers: A, B, C, D, E, and F. All 6 students scored integer marks from 95 to 100, both inclusive. Okay, where 100 is the highest marks in 3 subjects: physics, chemistry, and maths. Further, it is known that no 2 students received the same marks in any subject, and no student received the same marks in any 2 subjects. At this time itself, when you read this line, or at least when I read this line, in my head, I'm thinking Sudoku. All the columns, if I have a physics ka column, all the terms in the column have to be distinct. And for students, A, B, all the terms in the row have to be distinct. It is known that no 2 students received the same marks in any subject and no student received the same marks in any 2 subjects. The following table provides for each student the sum of the marks scored by them across 3 subjects and the difference between the highest marks scored and the lowest marks scored by them in any subject. And we have sum of marks given and difference in marks scored, where the difference represents the difference between the highest scoring subject and the lowest scoring subject. Now, I know everybody has scored at least 95. Everybody has scored at least 95. So what I'm assigning to people, is not really 290. What I'm assigning to people is 0 to 5 only. If you are scoring 95 in 3 subjects, everyone has scored definitely 285. 95, 95, 95. If I give you in 3 subjects, you have already scored 285. So I don't really have to break up 290. What I actually have to break up is 5. What I actually have to break up is 8. What I actually have to break up is 3. What I actually have to break up is 9. What I actually have to break up is 10 and 10. These are the numbers that have to be broken up. I have to break up and I have to only use values from 0 to 5. The sum of 3 values has to be 5 and the difference in marks scored has to be 3. Difference in marks scored has to be 3. Sum has to be 5. Is there any other way apart from 3 to 0 in which this can be accomplished? Is there any other way in which it can be accomplished? You cannot have 5 and 2 because the sum increases. You cannot have 4 and 1. If you had 4 and 1, then this middle value has to be greater than 1. The summation will exceed 5. We cannot really have that. No other case is possible. This is the only way, which means A in his 3 subjects has scored 98, 97, and 95. We have got the 3 marks that A has scored. Next, 8 has to be broken down into 3 numbers that have the greatest difference of 3. The only way it can be broken down is 4, 1, and 3. There is no other way in which it can be broken down. If you check 5 and 2, 1, this is not a middle number. So this case is unacceptable. 4 and 1, yes, 3 is possible. 3 and 0, this would have to be 5. This is not a middle number, unacceptable. So this is the only case possible, which means E can also be uniquely identified now. I have gone ahead and done this entire exercise in the next page because it will require some space. All I remember from my initial first page is A was 98, 97, and 95, and B we had identified as 431. So it should be 99, 98, and 96. This much we know. This was 5, this was 8, this was 3. Now I have to distribute 3 into 3 numbers. I have to distribute 3 into 3 numbers such that the difference between the largest one and the smallest one is 2. The only way it can be distributed is 2, 1, 0, which means C has scored 97, 96, and 95. This is also done. 9 if I have to distribute, with the largest and the smallest having the difference of 5, this can only be done 5, 4, 0, because I have to distribute only 0 to 5 among them, and to obtain a difference of 5, only 5 and 0 can work. So I've got 100, 99 and 95 for D. Let's get to 10. If we are working with 10, the only way it can work is 5 and 2 and 3. So the subject for E will be, or marks for E will be 100, 98 and 97. Finally, we need 10 here. So it can be 5 and 4 and 1. Basically, for this difference, look at the case and this middle number. So this can only be 100 and 99 and 96. And we have all our marks scored by the 6 candidates. Next line is the student who scored 97 marks in maths scored 98 marks in chemistry. So we have to identify a student who has a pair of marks is 98 and 97. I have one pair here and I have another pair here. Both of them are possible. It is either A or E being referred to in this line. The next one is the student who scored 95 marks in maths scored 100 marks in physics. There is just one case where you have 95 and 100 being paired up. So the student who scored 95 marks in maths, he scored 95 marks in maths, scored 100 marks in physics. So he would score 99 marks in chemistry. This is done. Now let's look at it. Now let's go back and see if A can fit or E can fit. Let me try to fit E. The student who scored 97 marks in maths scored 98 marks in chemistry. If 97 and 98 were to come here, the third score of 100 would have to come in physics. And we know no two students received the same marks in any subject. So this 100 score cannot come here, which means E cannot be the kid being referenced here. It has to necessarily be A. So A got 97 in maths, got 98 in chemistry, and therefore got 95 in physics. From now, remember, 3 95s have to come in each column. A 95 has to come. One 95 is assigned. Another 95 is assigned. The third 95 will necessarily come here with C, that is. And the other two numbers left here are 97 and 96. 97 cannot come in maths. So this will be 96. This will be 97. Let me just keep on cancelling people who are already assigned. Okay. Now look at 97. Two 97s are here. So the third 97 has to be in the middle column. 97 is assigned here. Now 100 and 98 have to be assigned. 100 cannot come in the first column. So 98 will go here. 100 will go here. Now 200s are assigned. So the middle column will have 100 now. 99 and 96 have to be assigned. 96 cannot go in the third column. So 99 will go here. 96 will go here. Now two 96s are assigned. So 96 will go here. I have to assign 98 and 99 now. 99 cannot come in the last column. So 99 comes here. 98 comes here. You could also have seen which number is missing from 95 to 100. And all the cases are, everything is uniquely identified. Let's get to individual questions. Who scored the highest marks in maths? Highest marks in maths was scored by E. So option B. If C scored the same marks in Hindi as she scored in chemistry. Okay. C scored the same marks in Hindi as she scored in chemistry. Right now, if I'm looking at averages, I have 3 extra for C from 95. Assumed mean as 95, I have 3 extra. So in even in Hindi, if she's scoring 95, assumed mean is remaining the same. And she scored the same in English as she scored in physics. In physics, she has got 2 extra. So 5 extra I've got. Then what was her percentage in all 5 subjects taken together? 95 plus 5 by 5, or the average is 96, or option A is the answer. How many students scored better marks than B in both maths and chemistry? Now see, in maths, B has scored 98. So there are just 2 students who have scored better than B in maths. Now, among these, have they scored better than B in chemistry? Yes, they have scored better than B in chemistry. So for 19th question, how many students scored better marks than B in both maths and chemistry? Answer is 2. Last one, who among the following scored the same marks in physics as D received in maths? D in maths has 95. Who got 95 in physics? A. So answer to the question is option D, A. And that is the entirety of this set.
Let us look at this question. During the month of April, Harish, the headmaster of a residential school, tracked the attendance of students in his school. The students are expected to attend school on all 30 days of the month. Each student attended the school on at least one day during April. Everyone attended the school on at least one day. Good. Harish created different categories, C1, C2, so on and so forth, up until C30, representing the number of consecutive days from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way up till 30. April has only 30 days, so nice. For which a student attended the school during the month. For each student, Harish counted all the number of consecutive days that the student attended the school during the month. He then increased the value of all the applicable categories for the applicable number of times. This is a painful statement. What does this mean? He then increased the value of all the applicable categories for the applicable number of times. The simplest or the only interpretation that can come out of this is, let's say he was counting C10. Anytime a student attended 10 consecutive days, he put down 10. Further, the student is said to have contributed to a category if his attendance has contributed to an increase in the value of that category. So if I have attended 10 consecutive days, I am contributing to C10. I have contributed to C10. That is what is stated. For example, if a student attended a school from April 3rd to April 6th, that is 4 days. Then from April 7th to April 10th, again for 4 days. Then from April 20th to April 30th for 11 days. And not on any other days. He would increase the value of C4 by 2 and C11 by 1. Further, the student is said to have contributed twice to C4 and once to C11. Okay. Now, in my humble opinion, this example is extremely bad. In fact, this messes up the interpretation of this question or this set. Because what is happening now is, you have given us 3rd April to 6th April, and then 7th to 10th April. But there has not been a gap in between. So instead of contributing to C4, this student should be contributing to C8 once and C11 once. It should not be C4 twice and C11 once. It should be C8 once and C11 once. For this example to work, it should have been, hopefully they fix it in Future, it should have been, let's say, C8th to C11th. Basically, between two categories, your contribution to two categories, there must be at least 1 day's gap. If there isn't a 1 day's gap between your contribution to two categories, then it is only one category that you're contributing to. You can't say a person who attended on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5, this person has contributed to C4 twice. No, he has contributed to C5 only once. In the absence of that, the rest of the questions in this set become amazingly impossible or difficult to interpret. With this additional point, only then can this be correctly interpreted. It cannot be April 7th to April 10th here. It has to be April 8th to April 11th here. I need a response in chat right now, people. Is that understandable? Do you understand the challenge with the example here? Okay. With this knowledge, let us work our way forward. If no student contributed to more than one category, what is the minimum number of students in the school? Pay attention, no student contributed to more than one category. That does not mean that one student can only contribute to a category once. You can contribute to a category more than once, but you can contribute to a category more than once, but you will only contribute to one category. Okay. Let's look at C30. There are 21 people, and these 21 people have to be separate. All these 21 people, you cannot contribute to C30 twice. In a 30-day month, you cannot contribute to C30 twice. So these 21 are there. Also C29, you cannot contribute 29 days twice to a month. So these 10 are there. C25 is there. C20 is there. And also C15 is there. See, if you attend classes on 15 days, then there is a break, and then you try to attend the 15 days again. Can you see the month would need to have 31 days, which is not possible. So there are 14 distinct people who have contributed to C15. This is a certain. But C10 is fun. You can have C10, then a break on the 11th day, and then C10 again. You can contribute C10 again. A student can contribute to C10 twice. And how many days have passed right now? 21 days. The first 10 days you attended. 11th day you took an off. You bunked. Then day 12 to day 21 you attended. Now on day 22nd also you cannot attend. Let's say 22nd was also off. And now you're left with only 8 days. So a person can contribute to C10 twice. But no more. So if a person can contribute to C10 twice, what is the minimum number of people that have contributed to C10? Minimum number of people that have contributed to C10 will be 18, of which 17 have contributed twice and one person has contributed once. Yes, 17 people have contributed twice and one person has contributed once. Now let's look at beautiful C4. C4, a blank day. 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 And C4, a blank day. Can you see this grouping is as good as 5 days together? This is also 5 days. 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 So altogether, in a 30-day month, one individual kid can contribute to C4 6 times. One individual kid can contribute to C4 6 times. So minimum number of kids that have contributed to C4 will be 7, of which 6 have contributed to C4 6 times and 1 has contributed to C4 once. So what is the minimum number of students who have minimum number of students in the school? If no student has contributed to more than one category, it will be 39 and 27 and 25. 25, 27 is 52. 52, 39 is 91. So answer to the first question is option B, 91. Okay. Next question now. Next question is, what is the minimum possible number of students in the school? This is pretty much the same question like the first one, except there is a minor change. This time, a student can contribute to more than one category. So I'm going, look at these C30 people, or I'm listing them this way. These 21 people, 31, 30, the entire group is listed. These 10 people, they've attended school on 29 days. They can't really attend more. There is no scope for them to attend more. They are also done. But these 8 people, can you see? 25, 1 gap, and 4. They can attend, they can contribute a C25 and they can contribute a C4. They have attended school on 29 days, first 25 days, then a gap, and then 4 days. And what this does is, this is entirely done. This is entirely done. This group also comes down to 33. Sorry, not 33, 29. This group also comes down to 29 because 8 C4 contributions have already been assigned. Let's look at these C20 people, these 13 people. They have 20 plus 4 plus 4. These 13 people have contributed to, C4 twice. So 26 contributions to C4 are also accounted for. So 3 only left. These 13 people are also gone. Now let's look at C15, these 14 people. For these 14 people, they have done 15. Let me do 10 along with this. And how many days are gone? 27 days. 15 plus 1, 16, 10 plus 1, 11. So 27 days are gone. So C4 can't come in, C10 can't come in. But this is also down to 25 now. And these 14 people are done. Okay. Now I'm looking at out of these 25 people, out of the remaining 25 people, I'm saying I can have 10 plus 10. Sorry. I can have 10 plus 10 given to 12 people. And in fact, these 12 people cannot just have 10 plus 10. I can also further break it down as 9 people having 10 plus 10 and 3 people having 10 plus 10 plus 4 and 1 person having 10. These 12 people, 25 groupings were left. A person can contribute to C10 maximum 2 times. A person can contribute to C10 maximum 2 times. So 12 people having 10 plus 10. So their 24 contribution is done. Out of these 12, I'm further subdividing it as 9 people are only contributing 10, 10. 3 additional people are contributing 10 and 10 and 4. This is also done. And now all the contributions are done. Everything is done. Let us see if we are reaching the minimum case. 21 plus 8 plus 10 adds up to 39, 27, and 13. Okay. So I'm reaching a total of 79. Right now, I'm reaching a total of 79. Okay. This is problematic because to the best of my memory, 79 was not the answer. But how do you know for certain it is not 79? Only with a little bit of more manipulation. This person is perfectly efficient. This person is perfectly efficient. This person is perfectly efficient. This group will not get edited at all. This group can only get 10s. They cannot get. So 4 and 4 only. This group is perfect. This group 15 plus 10. Not really. Fourteen people have to be here. Have I added them incorrectly? Okay, I have made this mistake. Thank you, Nishant. 14 people were used up here, so only 21 will be left here. If only 21 are left here, this grouping here will be 10, and this will be 7, and this will be 11, and this is correct now. Same working, 39 and 38. We will reach a total of 77 people. 14 and 10, 35. I had to reduce it by 14. 35 had to be reduced by 14. I reduced it by 10, which was a mistake. And then There are 77 people. Minimum possible number of students in the school is 77. Okay. Next. If the number of students in the school is minimum possible, which is 77, there are 77 students. What is the minimum number of days that any student could have attended the school during the given month? Minimum number of days that any student could have attended the school during the given month. See, this 10, can it be adjusted in any other place? Can it go to these 3 people? No. Can it go to these 7 people? No. Can it go to these 14 people? No. Can it go to these 13 people? No. Can it go to these 8 people? No. Can it go to these 10, these 21? Nowhere. This person can never be adjusted anywhere. This person can never be adjusted. And if I bring in anyone else here, this person will have more than 10 days. This person will have more than 10 days. So what is the minimum number of days that any student could have attended the school during the given month? Has to be 10. Next, what is the maximum number of students who could have attended the school for exactly 24 days during the month? Now I am looking for people to attend school for exactly 24 days. Now 24 can happen with C20 and C4. It can also happen with C10, C10, C4, and it can also happen with C4, 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 and C4. Between these 3 groupings, this is the one I will prefer first. This is the grouping I will prefer first. Or why? Because here 1 and 1 unit from these 2 groups is being utilized. So I have 13 people. I have 13 people in C20 and C4. So I can get 13 people from here. This is done very nicely. Happily we are done. So this is done. And 13 people are gone from here. We are left with 24 here. We are left with 24 here. Okay. Next, C10, C10, C4. So I need 2 C10s and 1 C4. 2 C10s, maximum I can take out is 17. And if I 17, if I take out, I'll be left with 1 here. I'll be left with 7 here. So this is also done. I can have 17 people doing C10, C10, C4. C10, C10, C4. Now C4, 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 or 6 C4s. How many times can I take it out? Just once. So maximum number of students who would have attended the school for exactly 24 days during the month is 13 plus 17 plus 1, or option D, 31. Most likely in this question, people will miss out on this C4, 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 C4 grouping because it is not very apparent, but then if you pay attention, it can be done. Okay, last one. If the number of students in the school is minimum possible, so we are back to this case. We should also tell you why I did not erase this. What is the maximum number of students who could have attended the school for exactly 24 days during the month? We are looking for people who could have attended school for exactly 24 days during the month. Okay. Now see, what I am looking to do is, see these 24 can be created with 20 plus 4 or 10 plus 10 plus 4 or 4, 4, 4, 4 and 4 and 4. These 3 groupings are possible. Right now my 20 and 4 and 4, 13 people have 28. So I need to take 13 people out of here, or at least I'll try to take as many people away from here, into some other group. And I see this beautiful group, 7 has 10 and 10. So can I bring 7 people over here? Very much so. I'll have 6 people having 20 plus 4, and 7 people having 20 plus 4 plus 4. No, wait. 7 people are going here. 7 people of 4 are going here. I have written it incorrectly. 7 C4 contributions I'm sending here. So I'll have 6 people having 20 plus 4 plus 4 and 7 people having 20 plus 4, and the movement has come to this place. The wonderful count right now is, the wonderful count of people right now is this group and this group and this group. These groups are wonderful. These groups are wonderful. I have 7 and 7 and 3. Okay. Is there any more group that I can create without necessarily increasing my count of people? Okay. The best people that I can potentially target are these. The best people that I can potentially target are these. Okay. See, among these people, if I can send some C4s to this last person, this group cannot be touched. This is fully utilized. No more can come in. This group cannot be touched. This group cannot be touched. This group cannot be touched. This group I don't want to touch because this is fully populated. This is fully populated. This is fully populated with 24. This is fully populated with 24. I would want to shift people from here to here. I would want to shift people from here to here. How many people can I shift, or what group of people can I shift? How many can this person have additionally? So he's already used up 10 and 1. So 4 and 1 extra, 4 and 1 extra, 4 and 1 extra. He cannot take 4 and 1 extra. No, he cannot take 4 and 1 extra because 20 and 11, this is turning to 31. So he can take 3 contributions of 4 more. So this will turn to 25 days ka kahani. Yes. So here I'm breaking this down further as 3 people continue in 20 plus 4 plus 4, and 3 people become 20 plus 4, while this 10 transforms to 1 plus 10 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. And this enables me to maintain my total population at 77, but the groups of people are there more groups where I can shift people to? Does not look like it. Are there more groups where I can shift people to? I have these 3 people are great. These 7 people are great. These 7 people are great. These 3 people are great. Okay. I can do this wonderful thing. Now I realize this wonderful thing. These 14 people, I can perhaps send people over here from this 14. From this 14, I can send people over here. Let me see. What I am doing is 14 people who have 15 plus 10. I have one person who has 10 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. So if I break this down further, I send 2 4s and I bring a 10 over. I send 2 4s and I bring a 10 over. I need more space. Will this be helpful? This is all the space that I have. Group of 15 and 10, and 1 group of 10 and 4 and 4 and 4. So I'm saying if I can bring 1 10 here, send 1 4 there, would it be 2 4s there? So I'll have 13 people with 15 plus 10 one person with 15 plus 4 plus 4 and 110 has been sent over, no? So this person will turn to 1, 10 plus 10 plus 4. Okay. So this person has also become awesome. I'm increasing my count ever so slightly always. I've got one person here. I've got 7 people here. I've got 3 people here. I've got 7 people here. I've got 3 people here. Okay. I can get my count even higher. Now look at this person and this person. These 2 people. This person here and the group of 3 here. One contribution of 4 can be sent over here. One contribution of 4 can be sent over here. Breaking this further down, 2 people having 20 plus 4 plus 4. One person having 20 plus 4. And this person transforming to one person having 15 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. And now this person also becomes nice. So I have one person. Let me mark it with red pen. I have this person. I have these 3, these 7, these 3, these 7, and this one. So 1 plus 1 plus 10 plus 10. Altogether, I managed to reach 22, which is the answer to this question. Now, the wonderful thing here you need to know is I know the answer 22, and therefore I am able to do all these manipulations. Otherwise, in the absence of knowing the answer 22 beforehand, it is highly unlikely I will find some way to create these combinations, which is why this set I found it to be perhaps the most difficult one out of the 4 that are present in this test. Everything else was manageable, as in I could do things here. This one is easy, this one is easy, this one is easy. This one is also manageable, but this one was the toughest for me to accomplish. Maybe I'm not doing it in an efficient way. But then this last question requires a lot of brain power and a lot of manipulation here and there, which is very difficult for me to accomplish. So in case you skipped it, you did well. Or at least you did well according to my opinion. That will be all for this set. Let's look at this question for the very first time. Meridian Business Academy and MBA College conducted an exam in which there were exactly 20 questions of multiple choice type, such that each question had 4 options labeled A, B, C, D, and the correct answer to each question was exactly one of these 4 options. Okay. Each question answered correctly was awarded 1 mark, and there were no negative marks for any question answered incorrectly or left unattempted. So however many you got correct, those many marks you got. There was no negative marking for unattempted or incorrect answers. Okay. After the exam, the college decided to calculate the scores of all the students who wrote the exam using a software, which compares the correct answers to each question, with the response of each student for that question and calculates the total marks of each student. Essentially, instead of a human checking, a machine was checking. However, due to some error, for all the questions for which the correct answer was option A, the software evaluated the responses considering option B as correct. So if the correct answer is A, the software checked those questions considering B as the correct answer. All the questions for which correct answer was option B, the software evaluated the responses considering option C as correct. Okay. And for all the questions for which the correct answer was option C, the software evaluated the responses considering option D as correct. If it is C, it will consider D as the correct answer. For all the questions for which the correct answer was option D, the software evaluated the responses considering option A as correct. So if the correct answer was D, the software took it as A. Okay. Now, the college initially published the scores of all the students as calculated by the software without realizing this error. Upon receiving numerous complaints, the college reprocessed the results correctly and published a revised score of each student. Okay. Revised score of each student. Let's see. First one, if a student received a score of 8 initially, what is the maximum revised score that he could have received in the exam? Now see, the 8 marks that he has got, in which the software is correctly claiming, or the software is currently claiming correct. For those questions, the software is currently claiming correct. Those are definitely wrong. The remaining 12, we don't know about. Maybe they are right, maybe they are wrong. Given that we are looking for the maximum revised score, we will take the remaining 12 are correct. So his maximum possible score, maximum revised score will be 12. Next, P, Q, R, and S marked the answer to all the questions as option A, B, C, D, respectively. P marked all answers as A, Q marked all answers as B, R marked all answers as C, and S marked all answers as D. P, Q, R initially received a score of 5, 3, 4. Their initial score was 5, 3, and 4. So according to the software, there were 5 questions for which the correct answer was A. There were 5 questions for which the correct answer was B. There were 4 questions. There were 3 questions for which the correct answer was B. There were 4 questions for which the correct answer was C, according to the software. Right now, we are dealing only with the software. And if 5 questions had correct answers as A, and 3 questions have correct answers as B, and 4 questions have correct answers as C, the remaining questions, the remaining 8 questions, will have their correct answers given as D. And this is according to the software. Now, if the software says D, if the software says D, the correct answer there should be C. The correct answer to these 8 questions should be C, which would imply R, who has marked all his answers as C, he should have received a revised score of 8. Or the software is saying there are 4 questions which have C as the right answer. If the software says C, it means the correct answer was B. So person who has marked all answers as B, that person will get 4 marks. Or basically what we are doing is this 8 is going up, this 4 is going up, this 3 is going up. Let's go, this 3 is going up, and then this 5 should be going up, but there is no spot to go. So this 5 will come down here. These are the revised scores. So when the question is asking me what is the difference between the initial score and revised score of S, his initial score is 8, his revised score is 5. The difference between them is 3. Okay. Third one, PQRS marked the answer to all the questions at A, B, C, D respectively. So P has marked everything as A. P, Q, R, S has marked everything as B, everything as C, and everything as D. Okay. The initial score of P, Q, and R were more than the revised scores. Oh, the initial scores of P, Q, and R were more than the revised scores by 3, 3, and 1 respectively. Okay. So, wonderful thing. Let's see the initial score and the revised score. We want to write that down. Let's say the initial score of X was, A was X. This should be X minus 3 because his initial score was more than the revised score by 3. More than the revised score by 3. And now see, his revised score is as good as the initial score of the second person. So he must have had X minus 3. His score is also 3 more than his revised score. His score here, revised score should be X minus 6. Now this X minus 6 is the initial score of the third person. So this should be X minus 6. Now his score was also X minus 7 now because it is 1 more than the revised score of R. Wonderful. And then the initial score of A becomes the revised score of D. So this has to be X. And now this has to be X minus 7. Either of the columns, we add it up, we get 4X minus 16 has to be equal to 20, or X has to be equal to 36 by 4, which is equal to 9. Absolutely fine. The question had asked me, this is the initial score, this is the revised score. The question asks me, what is the revised score of X? It will be 9. Okay. Next question. PQRS marked the answers to ABC. Marked the answers to all the questions are ABCD. The initial scores of P, Q, and R were more than the revised score by 3, 3, and 1 respectively. So same setup is being followed. So X value 9 is also being followed. For how many questions? The correct answer to the question, option B. See, the revised score of Q would be the number of questions which have the correct answer as option B. So X minus 6, X was 9, 9 minus 6 is 3. So option C. Last question. PQRS marked the answer to all the questions A, B, C, D respectively. The initial scores of PQRS were more than the revised score by 3, 3, 1. So same setup is being followed. If the student marked the answer to the first 10 questions as A and the next 10 questions as B, what is the maximum possible difference between his initial score and his revised score? Okay. If he marked the first answer as first 10 questions as A, see the initial marks here is 9, revised is 6, here is 6, revised is 3, here is how much? 3, here is 2, here is 2, here is 9. So if I want maximum possible difference, let me try to get him maximum possible marks beforehand. Or let either it will be max initial minus min revised, or the alternative is max revised minus min initial. Okay. His max initial score will be 9 सवाल यहां से 2 सवाल यहां से 11. 9 के 9, the 9 questions that had according to the software answer is A. According to the software answer is A. Let them be within the first 10 questions only, and the next 10 questions as D. So next 10 questions as D, उसमें से according to the software it can only be 2. According to the software it can only be 2. So 9 plus 2, max initial can be 11, and then min revised would be कितने D मारा था, कहां करें अब इसको. Max initial is 11, min revised. अगर पहले 10 A मारे थे, बाद में 6 आ गया, और पहले 2 तो ये 15 आ गया. ऐसा रिवाइज्ड तो फिक्स हो जाएगा इसमें. नहीं 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 नहीं, कैसे फिक्स हो जाएगा, रुको, कैसे केस बना सकते. These two cases are there. Max initial score अगर हमें रखने का मन है, okay, this seems more promising. This seems more promising. The second case seems more promising because max revised with A and D I can reach 15. So I'm saying first 10 questions में उसने A मारा था, वहां पे सारे क्वेश्चन का आंसर B पड़ गया हो, या B या C पड़ गया हो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. एंड आखिरी वाले में कितना, सबका आंसर पहले A दिया हो 9 क्वेश्चंस का आंसर, और D दिया हो 1 क्वेश्चन का आंसर. दिस इज इनिशियल. 6 क्वेश्चंस का B हो, 4 क्वेश्चंस का C हो. ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? नहीं हो सकता ना, इनिशियल में तो 3 तो यहाँ देना ही पड़ेगा. ओके, 1 मिनट. I will say for the initial 10 questions, initial 10, I would want B as the answer of 6 questions, C as the answer of 3 questions, and D as the answer of 1 question. And the latter 10, I would want A as the answer of 9 questions, and D as the answer of 1 question. Initial 10, latter 10. This is according to software. If this is the case according to software, the person would have received कितने marks? इनने D तो यहाँ कर दिया, तो दिक्कत हो जाएगी. C2 and D C1 and here D2. Let the correct answers in the test be 6 B's in the initial 10 according to the software, 2 C's and 2 D's in the initial 10, and 9 A's and 1 C in the latter 10. If according to the software these were the correct answers, so revised may what will we have? A6, B2, C2, D9 and B1. And here, can you see these would now turn out to be correct for the person? These would now turn out to be correct for the person. Previously, his score would have been 0 because he has marked A everything here and he has marked D everything here. But his revised score would be 6 from A and 9 from D. His revised score would be 15. So the maximum possible difference between his initial score and the revised score will be 15. And this is one of the possible cases where that 15 can be achieved. Okay. Let's look at this set. Each of 5 seminars: motorcycle maintenance, sedan service, truck tune-up, rickshaw repair, and ox cart overhaul. Wonderful alliterative names. Was conducted on each of 5 days from day 1 to day 5. The 5 seminars were conducted by 5 persons among Ravi, Satish, Tarun, Umar, and Varun, not necessarily in that order, such that each seminar was conducted by the same person on any day. Okay, so these 5 topics have to be paired with these 5 people, and one person is taking seminar of one topic only. It's not like you can take seminar of motorcycle maintenance on one day and then truck tune-up on the second day. That is not possible. If you take motorcycle maintenance on the first day, you will take motorcycle maintenance on all the 5 days, regardless whenever it happens. Okay. On any day, all 5 seminars started at the same time and ended at the same time. Okay. 5 persons, Amay, Binoy, Charan, Dev, and Imran, attended the 5 seminars on 5 days, such that on any day, each seminar was attended by exactly one of the 5 persons. Okay. So I have 5 people attending 5 seminars on 5 days, such that on every day, each seminar was attended by exactly one of the 5 persons. Okay. And they attended 5 seminars on 5 days. So it's not like you can repeat a seminar. If you watched motorcycle maintenance on one day, you cannot go to motorcycle maintenance on the next day. You have to go to a separate seminar on the next day. Okay. Further, each seminar was attended exactly once by each of the 5 persons. Okay. Further, it is also known that blah blah blah. At this time, prior to us going on to interpret the information given, we have to make sure our table is so created that we capture all the information correctly. So what I am doing is creating a huge table. ज़्यादा ही बड़ा हो गया. Come here. 1, See, here I have MM, I have SS, I have TT, I have RR, and I have OO. Now, on this left-hand side column, you can have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, or you can have Amar, Binoy, Charan, Dev, Imran. You can choose to have either of those things. I am personally preferring to write it down Amar, Binoy, and everything. I'm writing down names because then the data that I'm filling up here will be numbers. I know that on 5 days, every different person has attended the MM seminar, and on every row, on an every day, Amar has attended a different seminar. Basically, this will now be more Sudoku in nature, wherein I have to fill up numbers from 1 to 5 in the column and 1 to 5 in the row, and within the same column, within the same row, numbers will not repeat themselves. If I went ahead and wrote down day number, let's say day 1, then what I would have to write is A, B, C, D, E here. I would have to write down A, B, C, D, E here, all the 5 different, and again A, B, C, D, E here, all the 5 different, which is not as convenient as writing down 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not as convenient as writing down 1, 2, 3, 4, and therefore I am choosing to write the names of people in the rows instead of day numbers. So I have Amar here, I have Binoy here, I have Charan here, I have Dev here, and I have Imran here. Okay. I know this is a Sudoku sort of arrangement that I have to take care of. First data point is Binoy attended the seminar conducted by Tarun on day 4. So Binoy, Tarun on day 4, I know. But where exactly does that come? I don't know. Charan attended SS before Amar did. So if Charan attended SS before Amar did, can I say potential day numbers on which Charan can attend SS is 1, 2, 3, or 4, and correspondingly Amar's potential attendance numbers are 2, 3, 4, and 5. Next is the seminar that Dave attended on day 3 was the same as that attended by Imran on day 5. And this seminar was conducted by Satish. So where Dave's 3 comes, that is precisely where Imran's 5 comes. And this was conducted by Satish. Okay. Amar attended O before either Binoy or Charan attended OO. Which is to say, Amar attended O either on 1 or 2 or 3. And Binoy and Charan can attend O on 2, 4, 3, 5. 2, 4, 3, 5. Next, Binoy attended TT before either Amar or Charan attended TT. So Binoy attended TT 1, 2, 3, and he attended TT on 2, 4, 3, 5. 2, 4, 3, 5. Next, Charan attended RR before either Amar or Binoy attended RR. So 1 or 2 or 3, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Okay. Imran attended TT, SS, and MM on 3 consecutive days in that order. This is critical, in that order. And he did not attend TT on day 1. So his 3 days of attendance could either be 2, 3, and 4 or 3, 4, and 5. Either it will be 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4, 5. Now, among 1, 2, 3 has been ruled out because TT was not attended on first day. So the 2 possibilities for Imran attending TT, SS, and MM on 3 consecutive days are either 2, 3, 4 or 3, 4, 5. Okay. Next, Charan attended TT and OO on consecutive days in that order. So Charan attended TT and OO on consecutive days. So let's say the day number here was N. This will be N plus 1 because TT and OO in that order. Dev attended MM on day 1, which was conducted by Umar. So Dev here, and this is by Umar. Cool. This is the first positive or guaranteed piece of information that we have got. And we have completely interpreted this. There is no way we are missing out on this. This is completely interpreted. Next, Binoy attended RR after Dev did. If Binoy attended RR after Dev did, can I say Binoy cannot be on 2 and Dev can be on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. All these possibilities are there. Binoy cannot be on day 2. I should not do it this way because prior to Binoy, there are at least 2 people, Charan and Dev. Prior to Binoy, there are at least 2 people, Charan and Dev. Okay. At this time, we have exhausted all our points. And right now, it doesn't seem like we have lots of information. But things that you can potentially look at, See, Amar is supposed to attend some seminar on the first day. It cannot be MM on first day because Dev is attending MM on first day. In SS, it cannot be on the first day. In TT, it cannot be on first day. In RR, it cannot be on first day, which guarantees Amar is definitely attending OO on the first day. Okay. Next thing, Imran. Now for Imran, this 7th point, this is useful. MM is on the last day. On the 5th day, can Imran do MM? If Imran did MM on the 5th day, Dev should have done MM on the 3rd day. The fact that Dev did MM on the 1st day means that Imran cannot do MM on the 5th day, which means this case is out. Which means TT is 2 for Imran, and SS is 3 for Imran, and MM is 4 for Imran. With the presence of these pieces of information, what we can also do is rule out these possibilities from these columns. These are no longer possible. Okay. Now, see, Dev and Imran had to attend 2 events. Whatever Dev attended on day 3, Imran had to do on day 5. Whatever Dev did on day 3, Imran had to do on day 5, and it was conducted by Satish. There are 2 possibilities. It can either be RR or OO. I'm checking this case. If it was 3 and it was 5, can you see the potential problem that this brings? If this is 3, this is 5, Imran would have 1 here, and Imran cannot have 1 because OO already has 1 from Amar. So this is an unacceptable case. You could potentially have gone down this route as well. Imran needs a 1 somewhere. It will not be in OO, so it has to be in RR. If it has to be in RR, the 5 has to be in OO. If 5 has to be in OO, then Satish has to be 3 here. If Satish has to be 3 here, this is gone. Additionally, this is gone. And now, also, this subject has been taught by, or this seminar has been conducted by Satish. Now, Binoy is attending either on the 2nd day or the 4th day. Right now, we can beautifully see that on the 4th day, he attended a seminar conducted by Tarun. Because this OO is being conducted by Satish, it cannot be on the 4th day. So this has to be 2. This has to be 4. This is done. In addition, 2 had already been cancelled out from here. 4 can get cancelled out from here. 4 can get cancelled out from here. Okay. Now what am I left with? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now, see, Binoy is supposed to attend some seminar on the 1st day. So it can be either SS or TT. No, right now, the best thing to do right now is, I don't know how to proceed further here. So the next task that I engage in is I'll go back to all the statements and try to interpret them and see which conditions have already been met. Binoy attended the seminar conducted by Tarun on day 4. Not yet. We don't know where that is. Charan attended SS before Amar did. If Charan attended SS before Amar did, these possibilities still remain. Can't really do anything. The seminar that Dave attended on day 3 was the same that attended by Imran on day 5, and the seminar was conducted by Satish. Yes, this has been met. Amar attended O before either Binoy or Charan attended O. Amar attended O before either. Yes, this has been met. Binoy attended TT. Binoy attended TT before either Amar or Charan attended TT. Okay. If he is 3, he can be 5, he can be 4. Possible. If he is 1, then everything is possible. Can't really do anything about it right now. Oh, one more thing. What a wonderful thing. Charan. This point number 8 helps. Because this is n plus 1 and this is 4, this has to be 3. And if this has to be 3, according to point number 5, Binoy attended TT before either Amar or Charan attended TT. So prior to 3, it has to be. So it has to be 1. This is gone. This is gone. So I have 1 and 3 already accounted for. This is gone. Now, Binoy has to attend something on day 1. Amar's day 1 activity is done. Binoy's day 1 activity is done. Dev's day 1 activity is done. Imran's day 1 activity is done. So Charan's day 1 activity comes in here. Okay. This is wonderful. What else can I check off? I have 1, 2, 3, 4 I need and 5 I need. Nothing can be distributed here. Okay. 1 is go. Now see Charan on RR. Charan on RR. The possibilities were 1, 2, 3. 1 and 3 have been distributed here. So it has to be 2 here. It has to be 5 here. This is also done. Absolutely wonderful. So now here I need 3 and 2 to be distributed. So 3 will go here. 2 will go here. Okay. 1 and 3 gone. So 2 needs to be distributed. For SS, 2 needs to be distributed. 2 cannot come here. 2 cannot come here. So 2 will come here. 4 and 5, I don't know. I will worry about it later. 4 and 5, I don't know. I will worry about it later. Here I need 3 somewhere. So 3 cannot come here. 3 cannot come here. So 3 has to come here. This is also done. Okay. 3 is done. Now, if 3 is done, I am struggling with one wonderful thing. I'm not really struggling. So 1, 4, 5. In this line, I need 1, 2, 3 is done. In this line, I need a 4 and 5. Everywhere I need a 4 and 5, no? So I need to go back and check statements all over again. Let's see. Binoy attended the seminar conducted by Tarun on day 4. Binoy ka day 4 abhi bhi nahi pata, to dekhi jayegi. Charan attended SS before Amar did. Charan attended SS before Amar did. ये तो गारंटी हो गया. Binoy attended TT before either Amar or Charan attended. Binoy attended TT before either Amar or Charan attended. हाँ ये भी गारंटी हो गया. Charan attended RR before either Amar or Binoy attended RR. Charan attended RR before either Amar or Binoy attended RR. ये 3 तो गायब हुई है यहाँ से. 4 और 5 में यहाँ पे बटना है. ठीक है, मान लेंगे. 2 गया, 3 गया, 1 गया, 4 और 5 में बटना है. देख लेंगे. This is also guaranteed. Imran did it. अच्छा. Binoy attended RR after Dev did. Okay. If Binoy attended RR after Dev did, this is the last critical point. So Dev has to be on 4. This has to be on 5. And this will solve everything for me because I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 comes in here. I have 1, 2, 3. So 4 comes in here. 5 comes in here. 4 comes in here. And now I know everybody attending which seminar on which day. This also enables me to get to point 1. Binoy attended the seminar conducted by Tarun on day 4. So this has to be Tarun's seminar. The two teachers that have not been assigned are Varun and Ravi. So this has to be Ravi, Varun. Correspondingly, this has to be Varun or Ravi. Rest everyone who attended which seminar on which day, we can work with. Which of the following best represents the seminar that Charan attended on day 5? Charan on day 5 did MM. Which of the following best represents the days on which Dev could have possibly attended the seminar conducted by Ravi? So day 4 or day 5? Who among the following attended the seminar conducted by Tarun on day 2? Tarun, day 2 has to be Dev. How many of the 5 persons attended SS before Binoy did? Binoy did SS on the 4th day, so 3 people attended SS before Binoy. How many of the 5 seminars did Amar and Dev attend on consecutive days in any order? Amar and Dev. So 2 and 1 consecutive. SS not. 4 and 5 consecutive. 3 and 4 consecutive. 1 and 3 not consecutive. So there were 3 seminars that Amar and Dev attended on consecutive days. And that is the entirety of this question. Let's look at this set. In a college, each course is worth a certain number of credits. Tarun, a student in this college, has to select courses from CM, IDF, ME, OB, OD, OM, and SM. He has to select the courses such that the total credits that he earns from the 4 courses that he selects is at least 12. So our total credits could exceed the total of 12, but it has to be at least 12. It is known that SM, IDF, ME are worth 3 credits each. CM and OB are worth 4 credits each, and OM and OD are worth 5 credits each. So what I'm doing is SM, IDF, and ME. These are 3 credits each. CM and OB are 4 credits each, and OM and OD are 5 credits each. I've written them in group. I'm also going back and checking if all the 7 subjects are just these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yes, we have precisely 7 subjects. All of them have been mentioned. Okay. We need our credit score to be 12 plus. Now there are additional conditions given. If he selects CM, he must select IDF. Okay. This means selection of CM means IDF is definitely in. Selection of CM means IDF is definitely in. If he selects IDF, he must select other courses such that the number of credits that he earns is not more than 16. So IDF implies credits should be less than equal to 16. Next, between OM, CM, and SM, OM, CM, and SM, he must select exactly 2 courses. Exactly 2 courses. Okay. This is done. Now, even for these, I'm going ahead and writing this down. 5, 4, and 3, because their credit numbers are known to me. Next, he must either select both OD and ME or select none of the 2 courses. So OD, ME, these will come together. OD is 5, ME is 3. They will either both of them come in or both of them will not come in. Okay. He has to select at least 1 course worth 3 credits, at least 1 course worth 4 credits, and at least 1 course worth 5 credits. So there has to be a 3, 4, and 5. There has to be at least 1 course worth 3 credits, 4 credits, and 5 credits included in his final selection. Wonderful thing. Now, this point along with this point, 5th point and 3rd point, basically here, if they're telling me out of these 3, exactly 2 have to be selected. Exactly 2 have to be selected. I can happily make cases. I have OM and I have CM. I'm selecting OM and CM. This is 5, this is 4. As soon as CM is selected, I also need to have an IDF. I also need to have an IDF. So IDF comes in. This is 3. And this is an acceptable case. This is an acceptable case. The credit score has managed to reach 12 and everything is fine. But at this point, I do not stop. Next case I'm checking is OM, CM, IDF, 3, 4, and 5. Now I cannot take OD or ME. I cannot take OD or ME. See, the options that are out. SM is out. SM is out. I cannot take it because out of these 3, only 2 had to be there. 2 are already there. IDF is ME. I cannot take. If I take ME, I would also have to take OD, and then my total will exceed 16, which is not possible. The only other additional subject that I can take is OB. The only other additional subject that I can take is OB, and that is fine. Because in this case, I'm getting 12 credits. In this case, I'm getting 16 credits. All the conditions are being met. So all possible cases with OM and CM are done. Next grouping I'm checking is OM and SM. This is 5. This is 3. Now, we need one course worth 4 credits definitely. We need one course worth 4 credits definitely. And CM cannot come. So OB has to come. OB has to come. And then this is an acceptable case. 5, 3, and 4, 12 credits are done. This is definitely acceptable. This is everything is fine here. Creating a little more space here. Okay. But then this is not where we stop. We go ahead. OM, SM, OB, 5, 3, and 4. CM cannot come. OB is already here. OD. Can OD and ME come? Yes, OD and ME can happily come. OD and ME can happily come. No problem at all. OD and ME. This is 5. This is 3. I get to a total of 20. No problem at all. Okay. So next case, OM, SM, OB, 5, 3, and 4. Next case I'm checking is, can IDF come? If IDF comes in, total will be 15. No problem. Please, hopefully we did not misinterpret this statement. The first statement said, if he selects CM, then IDF must be selected. But it does not work in reverse, where if he selects IDF, CM has to be selected. So IDF can come without any other grouping or without any other course being selected. So IDF with 3, IDF with 3 is also possible. 5, 3, 4, 3. So this gives me 15. This is also fine. Last one now, OM, SM, OB, 5, 3, 4. Now, CM cannot come. CM cannot come. And OD and ME, that grouping I've taken. SM is already in, OM is already in, CM cannot come, OB is already in. There is no more grouping that can be created. OD, ME, and IDF, these 2 groupings. Additionally, I cannot take because then with inclusion of IDF, the total will exceed 20. There are no more cases with OM and SM involved. Now the last case that I have to check is CM and SM. This is 4, this is 3. This is 4 and this is 3. As soon as CM comes in, IDF comes in. 3. I also have this. Now with IDF coming, see, I need one person who has scored 5. I need one person who has scored 5. OM cannot come in. OM has been excluded because CM and SM have been taken in. So OD has to come in. And as soon as OD comes in, ME comes in. This is 5. This is 3. And at this time itself, our condition is violated. The total is becoming 18. And this is like the minimum case possible, which means when we started off checking with CM and SM, no case is possible where these 2 are selected and OM is not selected. Or in other words, our friend Tarun has to necessarily select OM in his selection as well. He has to necessarily select OM in his group of subjects that he's picking up. Okay. Let's get to individual questions. In how many ways can Tarun select his courses? He can select it in 5 ways. The 5 ways are listed here. Next, what is the highest possible number of credits that Tarun can earn? Highest possible number of credits was 20. If Tarun wants to do minimum possible number of courses, so 3 courses here, 4 courses here, 3 courses here, 5 courses here, 4 courses here. If he wants to do minimum possible number of courses, the first grouping or third grouping, which of the following courses must Tarun select? The wonderful thing is OM is always going to be a part of the course list, regardless of whether he does minimum possible number of courses or maximum possible number of courses, whatever he does. Because CM, SM as a grouping is not working, OM has to necessarily be there. So option A. Next, if Tarun wants to select ME, what is the minimum number of courses he must select, not counting ME? Okay. ME and the other counter subject should be minimum. There is just one case where ME is coming in. There is just one case where ME is coming in and minimum number of subjects that he has to select, not counting ME, will be 4. Last, if Tarun can select exactly one course among OM and OB, what is the maximum number of courses that he can select? Okay. If Tarun can select exactly one course among OM and OB, just one course among OM and OB. So this would work. This would not work because OM OB are together. This would not work. OM OB are together. This would not work. OM OB are together. This would not work. OM OB are together. So the maximum number of courses that he can select is 3. And that is the entirety of this question. Any trouble with this set could potentially arise from this or not listing out everything properly.